All right, maybe? Question marks. Hey, Frey, how's it going, man? I am going to do the thing for a while again. I'm hoping to start tonight off with some low-key theory crafting vibes. It's not going to be... Got a Steam board? P3P? What is P3P? Is that Persona? Is that a Persona game? Let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and pop back into here. Gonna start trying to figure out what I'm doing exactly, because I know that I need to do some things with my party tonight. I could probably keep things going for a little while the way that they're going. So I'm pretty sure, right? So when I left this off, what I left off on was I had just gotten past level 30, right? So what I need to do is I need to troll back through all the different biomes and unlock all the new monster types for each different race. Let me make sure that I'm using the right language here. So if we go to creature information, it's races, classes. Okay. So what's like typically an element is thought of as a class, races, and the traits, the thing that it actually does. Okay. So I need to go back and collect all of the new creatures from each of the races, basically. I guess we'll do this in order that they appeared in. Even though I'm gonna start having a hard time remembering what that order is, I think. The reason I'm doing this first is because I would be theory crafting with far less information if I did it in the opposite order. Your creature's attacks deal 50% of damage using intelligence. There we go. We were waiting for that. Persona 3 Portable, the revamped PSP of Persona 3. Fixes a number of bugs. Adds the ability to control your party members. Adds a female MC to play as. I always hear good things about the Persona series, but I don't. For some reason it doesn't look like. I mean, I'm mostly systems driven, but it just for some reason doesn't look like my sort of thing. You found your cosmetic? Your cosmetic? Like, you found a cosmetic that you're rocking now? You're gonna be a turtle? Nice. Elder Ent. After your creatures are attacked, their mending buffs heal them immediately. I wonder if this will proc mend however many times, or if it only procs if it procs the mend. I want to say I think it would probably consume the mend if you only had like one mend, but if you have that if you have the basic ent that gives you mending, that says you just have mending, I'm willing to bet that mend is immediately reapplied, so you basically have infinite heal on being hit, which is pretty good. Meaningless Mind. I can only gain each stat one time per turn. I feel like these imps are not especially impressive. That was terrible, I'm sorry. Impressive. Persona started as an SMT sub-series and it inherits stuff like a demon that's just a penis in a chariot. Yeah, no, I remember. I saw that. Your joke would have left a better impression if they weren't satyrs. Oh, that's true. These aren't actually imps, they're satyrs. You're right. Now I just feel confused and foolish. That is okay. I am gonna be tired today. Like, this stream is going to be me being, like, half brain dead the entire time. Because I've been out, you know, conversating deeply with my grandmother all day, which leaves me in kind of a way. Anyway, target takes a small amount of damage. The amount of damage is increased by 20% for each charge the spell gem is missing. Counterspell, huh? I wonder why it's called Counterspell. This is a weird way for a spell gem called Counterspell to work. I don't get the theming at all. It's just a damage spell that deals more for the less charges it has. We have a new doggo here. Anaconda. Your creatures deal 2% more damage for each stack of direwolves each of your creatures has. This trait does not stack. So if you fuse this guy with a Terror Hound, you're dealing with like 6 times 6. So what's that? 36 or something? 6, 12, 24 before 12 is 36, yeah. So 36% more damage. For your whole team, but that's all damage, which is pretty nice. It doesn't just say, like, any damage. Oh, hey, Ferg. How's it going, man? They've subscribed for 6 months. You are a champion among men, and I appreciate your continued fiscal irresponsibility in my direction. It tickles me. It tickles me deeply, and I don't know. Just receive telepathic appreciation because I'm broadcasting it in your direction. Just at work. Alright, man. Well, I hope you're having a good time with whatever you're doing. I don't know if you're still doing whatever you were doing last time I checked. I'm trying to remember what that was. It's been a while since I checked in. Oh no, what happened? I couldn't see the new vaults. Let me see the new vaults. Lost vaults. Your creature's first 3 non-ethereal stat manipulating spell gems each have. Stat manipulating spell gems each have a 20% chance to be cast automatically at the start of the battle. This trait does not stack. Stat manipulating spell gems. Seems good. We are collecting more and more tools to be able to synergize, combine these tools to produce powerful results, hopefully. Yeah, I'm totally half asleep. That is okay, though. Mostly, at the moment, I'm just gonna be collecting these monsters and then bringing them all back. 2,000 damage, huh? Bringing them all back. To the base. To do a bit of theory crafting. My fiscal irresponsibility was aimed at 2 collector's edition games I bought last month. Do you mind if I ask what they were? The big fucky with P3P, though, is the big loss of texture resolution due to having to fit the game on a 1.2 GB PSP disc. And I'm trying to see if they did anything about that for the home port. New Dead Space and Jedi Survivor. Nice. Well, I hope that I hope you're enjoying them. I mean, you bought collector's editions, so I imagine that you have some experience with the franchise or whatever. So probably you are. Harbinger Acid. Socket an artifacts trait slot with this item. Okay, so this is a trait. Hindrance at the start of each enemy's turn. This creature decreases their speed by 20%. Each enemy's turn. Okay. Hey, this is an awesome background. I like this background. Apochronic spring background. Nice. We'll see. I think a big part of a big fun thing in this game eventually is going to be decorating the castle. Jedi Fallen Order, I got 100% on in 2 weeks at the beginning of the month. Nice. So, Jedi Survivor is in relation to Jedi Order, like a sequel or just a collector's edition or game in the same franchise. I remember one of my friends really enjoyed Knights of the Old Republic, but that game was like notorious for being like divisive among Star Wars fans, I guess. Like, lots of people thought it was a great game, lots of people thought it sucked. Sequel with the same character. Oh, excellent. Oh yeah, has Siralim started trying to beat your ass? I lost a fight to some Uralos, which are like these how best to describe them? They're not like wombats. I'm trying to remember what they look like, honestly. They do look like squirrels, kind of. They're kind of rodent-y looking furries, and they have a recursive. Not recursive is not the right word. They have a stacking stat buff, so every time they cast, they can gain like 25 or 30% of their int or something like that. And I didn't notice they were in a boss fight. They had more HP than usual, and I just kind of auto-battled my way through the first 5 or 6 turns and wasn't killing them in the right order, so they weren't dying quite fast enough. And then all of a sudden, they had like 800 int. And in this game, potency works so that your int, your spell damage, references int as coefficient. So basically, they were doing a shit ton of damage. Caster spell gems gain 3 charges. Interesting. But I can't use this outside of combat, I don't think, so... Can I? That would be... Yeah, I don't think... There doesn't seem to be a choice to use spell gems outside of combat. The furry ferret warriors. Oh yeah, they're ferrets. There we go. I was like, I know that they are a specific kind of creature based on the art. Like, the artist did a good job conveying the ferret. They're definitely ferrets. Nothing like zappy dark side powers. I mean, that was what always appealed to me. Like, if I was gonna do, ooh, I have 10 Apochronics emblems. If I want to, I can buy one of these efts. The efts are very specifically like synergy with a whole team of efts, so I'm not even sure that I want to. I might just like buy a Howler Skull or a Stalker Skull. I don't know, maybe not, because like again, it only works with efts. Fs. Yeah, when I was gonna go to play KOTOR or something like that, I would have done like a dark side guy with very basic bitch lightning zappy powers. I definitely just got a skin that was a house cat, I think. I could assume my true form as a house cat. The force meter being so small in the Fallen Order makes me a little sad. I want to be a wizard, damn it. I will say I did spam slow in most boss battles. I mean, for sure, right? The systems in a game are very often at odds with the desire to roleplay or for expressive play. I want to write a bit at some point about expressive play and how games ought to try to. Of course, it would kill the guy right away. Centaur Wrangler. Just want to check the name so that it's a little easier to find in my bestiary after the combat ends. Centaur Wrangler. Yeah, I want to do a little bit at some point about how expressive play is kind of at odds with design in a lot of games. 39, 91, 6800. I don't know what to call you for short. Numbers. What specialization are you playing? Asks Numbers in chat. I am playing Animator. I chose Animator from the start. I think it's a fun meme. This is my first playthrough. I am blind at the moment in pretty much every way that matters. And I am slowly working my way through the game. I have every moment that I have played, almost like other than like maybe 2 minutes where I put a couple of cosmetics on my animatus, has been live, and it's all recorded and the VODs are all on YouTube. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage, plus 25% damage for each turn they've taken in the current battle. That seems really crazy, actually. Like for stall teams. Big boy nuke, potentially. Oh, it's for every turn they've already taken. I'm reading it again in my mind, and I'm like, oh no, it's actually not that big of a deal, because this is really, I hope this, okay, yeah, there we go. I was like, this is a tiny realm. Seems like, oh no, I should have read time stop. So I need to look at the Centaur Wrangler, and I need to look at time stop. Bestiary. Centaur Wrangler. After an enemy manually casts a spell. Okay, cool, I like the animator. I mean, me too, man. So far. I am about to start theorycrafting. I'm going to try to theorycraft for the animatus. And what I really want to do is and if you can, no spoilers. I'm not the kind of guy that gets upset about it, but just if you can avoid them, try to avoid them. I'm going to try theorycrafting to create an engine where I can sacrifice my party members for my animatus. And I have several ideas about how to do this, but I don't think I've been presented with all the most effective tools to do it yet, so it's going to be a hot minute trying to figure out what exactly I'm doing. After an enemy manually casts a spell, this creature attacks it. That's cool. Like kind of an anti-spell team like that, I suppose. I think I'm pretty much done with this realm. Yeah, this realm is kicked. That was a small realm. Hey, another trait slot item. At the end of each ally's turn, this creature gains attack equal to 7% of the allies' attack. Okay. Oh, okay, so you put this on somebody, and then it soaks 7% of the turn creature's attack per turn. Got it. I had to read it. Had to parse it again, because it was a little bit it's a little bit tricky to parse, actually. Okay, so I could probably go straight to a new realm at the moment. We will go to the Frostbite Caverns next. We'll just do these in order. I'm just trying to go around and farm basically all of the new creature types. Oh. No, don't kill all the creatures. Alright, there we go. What are you doing? After your creatures are healed, they gain 5% of that amount as maximum health as well. That does not look terribly, with potencies increased by 30%. Yeah, it doesn't look too terribly impressive. Yeah, I'm basically on the lookout for on-death effects and rebirth effects, stuff like that. It's niche, but it's a good niche. I'll figure out how to work it. I'm gonna have limited tools to start with, right? Because I don't have all of the I don't have all the creatures unlocked yet. Don't even have half. After your creatures are healed, they have a 10% chance to move to the top of the timeline. This trait does not stack. That's pretty interesting. I'm assuming that you can... I'm assuming you can proc quite a few heals. The problem with trying to get that to work as an engine, right, is that the heals don't count for procs like that, as far as I can tell, unless you actually receive healing. So you could try to heal, but the healing doesn't actually happen if you're at max HP, for example. But there is also a trait, I believe, that says all creatures start at 80% health, which then you might be able to use leverage something like Volp's start casts for, like, to put all of your creatures at the top of the timeline, so that so at the start of the battle, a bunch of heals go off on your creatures, and then all your creatures go first. That would be really cool. But it's only a 10% chance, so you'd really have to have a lot of heals going off. After this creature is attacked, it casts Crush Punch on the enemy. Crush Punch. It's like a cheap knockoff brand of Kool-Aid. It's like cast High C on foes. Anyway. Oh, that's a new Yeti. After an enemy's frozen debuff expires, this creature afflicts it with Snared. That's really good, because Snared basically stops actions, doesn't it? With a chance to fall off. Like, keeping creatures from acting is really powerful. So, let me see. Snared, right down there. Creatures with Snared are stuck at the bottom of the timeline until they break free. Yeah, so I mean, they don't necessarily never get a turn. I mean, it depends on how that works. They're stuck at the bottom of the timeline. Hey there, says Gadow Scar 1. I've been watching most of your Siralim VODs. Glad to see someone stream this game that seems into it. I am pretty into it. I have to say, there are some terrible, terrible things about Siralim, and if you've watched my VODs, you probably know all of my opinions about the ways in which I think the game kind of falls short of what, you know, a player would hope that, you know, it would do. I'm also now I'm getting familiar, like, I know that the card system is coming up at some point. I'm really not looking forward to that. It sounds like nothing but a pointless grind with very little in the way of decisions to make, like no trade-off, no opportunity cost. And the further I get into the game, the more I feel like the slavish adherence to the convention of, like, moving around the realm was a mistake. Like, if all the realm was a sequence of combats followed by, you know, some kind of opportunity cost rewards that you could choose from, that would probably be better, honestly, than than having to walk around the realm as an excuse to like collect resources. I understand that's like an immersion thing for some people, but I honestly didn't think people are showing up to Siralim for that kind of immersion typically. At the very least, they're not sticking around for it. I think I can say that with a fair degree of certainty. But overall, very much I am enjoying it. I am the sort of player who I'm absolutely the sort of player who gets baited by a game like Siralim. Like there's 1,200 monsters, they have unique traits, and I'm like, oh goody, a sandbox. It's like a play. It's like a toy. I'm like, what can I make this do? But I think, you know, even from my perspective, it's like I sort of wish it did some things better than it does, if that makes sense. One of them is like it does such a good job of kind of keeping you playing on that higher level of theory crafting and team building. Except like, yeah, when it shoots you into a realm and then you get to run around and perform the chore of collecting all these resources. It's like, I'm not really making any decisions here, and what I'm honestly here for is the combat. Like, right? This is how you get the monsters, this is how you get the combat. One of the other things that I actually find weird that Siralim does is that it seems like you unlock monsters in a very particular order. My girlfriend's unlocking monsters in the same order that I am. How much customization and team comps you have? I would be willing to bet, Gadiskar, that you're not alone at all. I would be willing to bet that you're in very good company with the rest of the Siralim community. I would say that probably overwhelmingly people who stick with Siralim are here because what they want to do is they want like a high degree of freedom with regards to theory crafting and team comp assembly. After this creature attacks, it gains 30% defense. Well, that's fairly straightforward. I don't think I need to play around with that too much. There we go. I think most people not only show up to Siralim for that, but stick around for it. Final Fantasy 13 for a hallway of combats. I think, well, here's the thing, is that I think, and I'm writing up a bit on this specifically. I'm 90% sure, because I did the bulk of the thought work the other night, and I just have to revise it and maybe add some thoughts and some examples before I post a blog of this. But I think I am going to share my thoughts on my blog eventually about this, and that is the... Because AJ and I have talked a lot, right, about like whether or not a game like this even needs a 2D player avatar world, right? And that's I guess that's what I decided to call it in my bit. It was like a 2D PAW for short, like 2D player avatar world. And the thing about the 2D player avatar world is I think that I think it's a convention for a good reason. I think it is an overwhelmingly, like, overutilized convention for a really good reason. Give me a sec. I'll finish my thought. Cass, Kirsten Boulder. Okay, yeah, I saw that before, so this isn't the new one. Where's my new mummy, guys? Did a whole combat, didn't see it. So do you need a 2D player avatar world is the question, I guess, the operative question. A lot of games seem to be trying to ditch the 2D player avatar world, like Slay the Spire and games that go like deck building or even like Darkest Dungeon and that sort of thing, right? Like a lot of games are relying on like what is effectively like an illustrative overworld instead of a 2D player avatar world. Enemies with cursed attack their allies at random. Wow, that's really good. It specifically says allies, so you just curse everybody and then you use that and they all massacre each other. That's pretty nice. Anyway, the 2D player avatar world is, I think, hey, there we go. I think there's the temptation as a designer to look at the 2D player avatar world and think, well, that's a that's a shibboleth that could be done away with. We need to get rid of that old convention because it's not adding a lot to the game. So hold on, I'm going to finish my thought in a minute. This creature is Inner Hatred. Your creatures have 100% more attack. This trait is ignored when your creatures attack. Okay, so that's if you want to utilize your attack for like spellcasting, for example. That's awesome for builds that basically employ spells that reference like swap in your attack coefficient. Or swap in an attack coefficient for the normal int one. We're gonna go with auto here. Anyway, the thing I was saying is that I think it's very tempting as a designer to be like, you know, done with it for the reasons that we are seeing in Siralim. And I think this is a mistake, honestly. I think that the benefits of a 2D player avatar world are very easy to overlook because often the 2D player avatar world bleeds out into systems where it doesn't make sense. Like, for example, in Siralim, you probably should not be running around in the realm because there's running around in the realm is not trying to measure any aspects of the player engaging with the game that we care about, right? Flicks through random enemies with bomb. It's actually good for some other silliness too, but you might discover that later when looking at some other things. Yeah, if I see something else that I think will be easily utilized with that, I'll probably pick up on it because that seems like a powerful one to me. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage because it's just such a large multiplier. It's like a 2x multiplier. Anyway, damage based on caster speed instead of int. Yeah, see, so the moment we find one of these that says attack instead of int, that zombie becomes really interesting, right? Anyway, 2D player avatar worlds. When you see them in something like Pokemon, they seem really good because 2D player avatar worlds are, I think, potentially 2D player avatar worlds are an interface, is what they really are. It's a way to interface with the game. And give me 1 second to teleport into my new realm. Caustic Reactor, I think, was the next one. Might actually be Titan's Wound. I think it's Titan's Wound, then Caustic Reactor, maybe. Can't remember. Anyway. The 2D player avatar world is an interface. And as far as interfaces go, I think it may actually sit at the zenith of a peak in the interface ecology of video games. Because it effectively hacks our spatiotemporal cognitive capacities. Your creature's attacks against enemy creatures with vulnerable cannot be dodged and have a 50% greater chance to deal critical damage. That's awesome. That's really powerful. That's the first powerful... maybe not. I don't know about the other abominations. It's really cool, though. I like that a lot. I've seen video games described as programs with adversarial GUIs. I mean, that's an interesting, like, toy thought problem there, but I think, like, what I'm trying to get at is that, like, in very direct, no-nonsense terms, like, a 2D player avatar world is very specifically, like, a kind of user interface. And if you tear out the 2D player avatar world, you need to replace it with something, right? Like, oftentimes this is a series of, like, menus. If you think of, like, Etrian Odyssey or Nevergrind or, you know, something along those lines, or Darkest Dungeon, it's like a visual diagrammatic kind of I really wish I could see that. Like a diagrammatic kind of interface for a series of menus. And the thing about the 2D player avatar world is that it really maps extremely politely to our spatiotemporal cognitive capacity. So we're like, I'm moving around inside of the world. We're using visual abstraction. I can do things like scope space. So, like, if I walk into a Poke Center, I chunk that as a spatial context, like the same way that I chunk my kitchen as a spatial context. So if you're doing a 2D player avatar world, you get to organize information in a way that's basically cheating and helps the player to remember where they are and place themselves in the world and navigate to useful things extremely well. I'm going to go ahead and read chat real quick. According to my math, the amount of different teams you can make with 1,200 traits and 18 traits between your 6 creatures is 55 digits long. And yeah, that's not even accounting for 18 traits between your 6 creatures, so 6, 6, and 6 for artifacts is 18. Okay, so you're accounting for artifacts, but you're also maybe potentially not. Yeah, it's huge. It's ridiculous. There's at least a couple of parts of the game later on that don't involve walking through realms. I do think if the game had a bit more of that, it'd be neat. Good evening, everyone. What spec and team type are we running? I am an animator, running an animatus. So I'm going to be doing something with that in a moment. I'm going to be doing some theory crafting. Right now I'm kind of, I've hit the break point where like every 15 floors it seems like it unlocks a whole bunch of new creatures from all the different races. And so I'm going back and sweeping back up through the biomes, and I'm trying to collect all the different new creatures so that I can see what I'm doing before I do my theory crafting. And I'm just kind of talking and rambling as I do this. So welcome to the stream again, because I believe you were here the other night. Where is the fire guy that I just fought? There it is. Flame Grip Clutcher. Almost a tongue twister. After an enemy dodges, this creature afflicts it with burning and scorn. That seems awesome. Seems pretty good. Now all I need is a team of guys with 0 speed. They can force dodges. There must be another way to force dodges as well. But anyway, yeah, the 2D player avatar stuff, player avatar world, 2D player avatar world, is specific to a 2D as well, because I think that it is much, much easier to chunk up that sort of spatio, to leverage that sort of spatiotemporal cognition when A, you can move the avatar around, so you sort of insert and experience the mapping in the same way that you would if you were to like walk around your house, but in a simpler reality with less dimensions. It's literally just 2 dimensions, so it's as easy as understanding, you know, a graph. Might have been an Adam stream. Might have. Yeah, it was on your buddy's stream. Do you want us to avoid spoiling features that you're run into? Yes, please. For the time being. Once I get to the end of the game, I'm going to be happily doing theory crafting with all of you, and I'm sure you guys are going to be shitting ideas at me. But for now, I'm going to try to put things together up until I get to the point where I've got all the features and creatures unlocked, or at least the vast majority of them, and have gotten to the post-end game. No problem. Thanks. After your creatures are attacked, they deal damage equal to 25% of their attack to the enemy. Man, counterattack teams, there's a lot of support for counterattack teams so far. But I think the problem, right, is that people take their 2D player avatar world, which is extremely, unbelievably good at chunking up like user interface type information and getting the player to memorize where it is and navigate to it successfully, and they try to do all sorts of things with it that doesn't make sense, that don't make sense. Sorry. And this is like one of those things where there's really I think that was the new snake. There's really no reason for the 2D player avatar world to be used here, because I'm not navigating to useful subsystems, right? For example, like in Pokemon, if I need to, you know, get to my my Pokemon storage or whatever, or I need to heal my Pokemon, I walk to the Poke Center, I speak with Nurse Joy. I talk to the little over-the-counter attendant that gives me my, Pokemon ball, my Pokeball egg crate, or whatever it is. And I know where those things are because it's very easy to chunk that information up in my head. And so I think the problem is that people don't realize, I mean, would you blame any developer for not realizing? I think that's really the only thing that the 2D player avatar world is doing and is good at. Is it's very specifically an interface for navigating stuff like that. And so I think stuff ends up bleeding out. Anyway, we're gonna Leech Digger. Your creatures with leeching deal 30% more damage and no longer take damage from Blighted. Gotcha. Okay, so this is the Blight Stopper Elizabeth was talking about having found. She's doing a heal team. My girlfriend is now playing along in parallel with me. She's actually a bit ahead of me. And she's been running like a heal comp or something like that, from what I can tell. Like heals and buffs. She's like doing a warden thing. And she said she found something to stop Blight from owning her team. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Must be that leech. Most of the creatures that unlock from Realm Depths will be unlocked by around 120. Nice. So yeah. This game has me thinking, I think, more than I have in a long time about, like, the pros and cons and utility of the 2D player avatar world, because I think that the hub in Siralim is fine, more or less. It's customizable and allows you to sort of set up your utility subsystems, arrange them in a way that makes sense to you, and then, access them using the 2D player avatar world. It gives you plenty of options for controlling your move speed and stuff like that. But then because they already have the system, what they do is they utilize it, in here. And they say, well, okay, let's have the player run around and collect a bunch of resources that, honestly, there's no reason not to just give them. Like, if instead of porting into a realm, you went through a sequence of battles, and you could either elect to go into the next battle or retreat, and in between each battle, you got to, choose between a set of rewards, that would probably be a better, probably be a flat-out better system, because at the very least what you could do is you could control you could titrate the rate at which rewards comes at the player, and you could set up situations where you had like meaningful decisions between different kinds of rewards for the player. And then that way you're putting the player back in this position where they're thinking about their overall team comp and their theory crafting, and they're trying to make a decision that benefits, the trajectory of their theory crafting and their team comp assembly. I had a sweet warden team I ran with for probably 100 depths. Nice. All right, everybody in chat. Time to do like a number flaunting. Everybody like announce your current realm depth or whatever. If you feel like showing off. However far you've gotten in this game, whatever your current realm depth is, since I'm assuming that's what people kind of use to credentialize in this game. What is your current realm depth? Everybody go. I am on floor 31, so I'm sure I'm the peewee of the lot at the moment. But I am hoping to get up into the thousands pretty quickly. After your creatures are resurrected, they have a 35% chance to gain rebirth. This trait does not stack. That feels like probably what I need. That feels like a very, very powerful step in the direction I want to go. All right. So we've got depth 348 for Puro. There's a Puron. I do not actually know how to pronounce anybody's name, so I'm just going to say we got realm depth 348, we've got a realm depth around 1500, we've got like 1180, 3000 on another stream. Yeah. Cosmin's way deep down in there. It's doing some deep diving. I will try to catch up, Cosmin. Probably start going faster once I figure out exactly how my archetype works. Creature has a chance to gain splashing when it deals damage with attacks or spells. So yeah, cool. This is Pyro with my initials. All right, I'll call you Pyro then. That was my instinct anyway. There's some pools up there. I really dislike the tile sets so much. Like, these pools are obnoxious because they look just like a single wide wall tile, to be honest. It's just not good. 1x1 wall tile, blood pool, same thing. Alright, teleport to New Realm. We're gonna go with Caustic Reactor here, I believe. First I saw on YouTube was 10k. Is anyone deeper than that? No idea. 10k, huh? Are a couple people on the server way deeper than me? Well, we'll see. I'm just probably going to... I don't know. It feels like it probably feels like it probably takes a good amount of dedication to get to something like 10k. Like, this has to be like your game. Gorier. Alright, Gorier. Where are you, buddy? Uh-oh. Can I just sort by, like... There we go. Warrior. After this creature attacks, its artifact's spell slot has an independent 50% chance to activate. Artifacts get a spell slot. Pretty please. That's awesome. Thanks, Ferg. Ferg's a good friend of mine from high school. He's been with me for a long time. Thank you, man. I have 80% achievements with 500 hours played. I want 100%, but looking at some of the achieves, I need to put another 2 or 3k more hours. And wow, really? That's crazy. So at realm depth, like 1,000, have you done all of the legitimate content that the game has to offer? Like, I'm not talking about infinitely repeating stuff, but like all of the latest game bosses and that sort of thing, I assume, are done by the time you hit floor 1,000. Like all the unique bosses, god fights, stuff like that, right? Or does that stuff not unlock until like even later than that? Yo, Karenus, how's it going, man? By that time, you will not find anything new. No, okay. Yeah, it's mostly just going to be grinding down at that point, I'm guessing. Oh, come on. I needed to see some of those. Let's go. Knowledge. So we got Water Salamander. After your creatures defend or provoke, they cast one of their spells at random. This trait does not stack. That's awesome. Cancerous Smog. Your creatures start battle with poisoned. Your creatures recover health from poisoned instead of taking damage from it. And poisoned, so like, I'm assuming that the poison source is this guy, so you're recovering health based on his attack? For at least that source of poisoned? And maybe if an enemy puts poison on them at that point and it's a stronger potency poison, then they will still continue to heal from it? I'm just a little confused about how that would work. Because it doesn't seem very strong, I guess. Cannibalize. Target takes a small amount of damage or a devastating amount of damage if the target's race is the same as that of the caster. Race. Ah. Let's see. Nice. That was quick. 10% treasure from all sources. Favor rank 4. So favor is the stuff that I'm grinding, but I'm not ever going down in favor, right? So I get like kind of a win streak for continuing to do stuff without dying. Is that favor? That's not favor, right? Herd immunity. Allows you to craft gems of herd immunity at the enchant. Your creatures recover health equal to 100% of the target's poisoned potency. Okay. Interesting. Killing things too quick to see their traits. First world problems. I'm big chilling. Playing with a real grown-up video game with cool robots. Nice, dude. What game, if you don't mind sharing in chat? You don't have to though. Like, feel free to chill and play and just enjoy me rambling in the background, I guess. Menacing dragon fangs. Armored core for answer. All right, cool. I am not familiar with the armored core games. After an enemy dodges an attack. Let's see. Hold on. I'm split in a million different ways. I'm half asleep. I'm trying so hard, guys. Soldier Dragon Scale is an artifact. It's a trait slot artifact. Not artifact. Artifact. It's a trait slot material. Artifact. Enchant material. Or socket, I guess. It's a mat. After an enemy dodges an attack, this creature deals damage to all enemies equal to 35% of its int. This trait does not stack. So any dodge, this creature basically follows up with a face punch based on int. Okay, interesting. We'll see. There are a lot of systems to... It's like system types to remember, basically. Like the counterattacks based on attributes, but not only counterattacks, but trigger attacks. All sorts of trigger attacks. Like attack is triggered on triggered on dodge, triggered on spellcast, triggered on gem seal, stuff like that. Seems like there's a lot of stuff like that. Okay. It's gonna be real interesting because I'm about to overhaul my entire team. Actually, a mimic. Whoa! Not actually a mimic. Wow, was that 5k? Like I desecrated for like 5k? Alright. I feel like the Uber archetype still I still just feel like Evoker with auto like start of combat nukes. I've seen so much tech for that. So much tech. That would have been like the easy peasy take it and run strat. Curtis says I've never played the series before. It's pretty cool. Weird. Control it first. About 10 hours in, and it's just about starting to make sense. Oh, this aesthetic is tasty. I feel like I should be playing a shareware version of this that I got from a big CD of 1000 KB toys. So I would be probably rolling the whole game at this point with like a fairly solid setup had I gotten like had I done the evoker like spell dump kind of lineup, because that seems like I'm almost halfway there without even trying. It just feels like there's an overwhelming number of tools for that kit. But I really want to roll into something that like does an absurd amount of like feeding my animatus basically. And so I think the way to do that for me, that I want to try it first anyway, is by hooking my animatus up to like feed on the death of all of my other creatures, and set all of my other creatures up to benefit as heavily as possible from dying repeatedly, basically. And then have my animatus. Oh, I should have read what Tourmaline did. I don't know if I've seen that before. Just set my animatus up to sort of capitalize on that. I'm gonna have to figure it out though, because it feels like the way to start the combat, like turn 1, would just be to have my animatus sacrifice every member of the team, and there's already a spell for that. And then set them up all to revive basically instantly. But I don't know yet of any way to get them all to revive straight away. If my animatus goes first, I don't think I have a way to guarantee that all of them come back to life. So I need to set up my whole team with basically reses and give them all macros that are like, okay, well, res if somebody's dead. If any ally is dead, cast res on that ally. Stuff like that. At the start of this creature's turn, your other creatures gain attack, defense, and speed equal to 5 of this creature's respective stats. Now see, something like that could work really well on the animatus if there's not something that's strictly better. Because if I'm doing it the way that I think that I will do it, it's like that will feed back into itself. Like everybody will gain stats based on the animatus, everything will die feeding the animatus, and then the animatus will project stats back onto the other creatures. What are you? Demented Carver. When this creature attacks, has a 50% chance to deal no damage and heal your creatures for the amount of damage it would have dealt, otherwise it deals 50% more damage. Okay, so I got the trait for that, but already on a different on an artifact. Ferg still out here just rouletting people with the subs. Absurd amount of what? So there's an artifact, the Book of Kindness, I think it was, and every turn it doles out attributes based on the creature's attributes to every other ally. And I think I can use that with the death feed to pump my animatus, if that's what you missed. Anyway, Kobold's Guidebook. Well, this creature has less than 75% health, has 50% more speed, and has 50% chance to avoid damage. Just avoid damage? Is that not dodge? Is that just like a flat ass on the top 50% damage? Seems wild. Plus you can do shenanigans like start your team at lower the maximum health with certain traits. So you might actually just be able to start your guy with 75% or lower HP at some point. Avoid damage applies to all damage types as far as I'm aware. Nice, yeah, so it's probably not dodge, right? It's not, it just stacks right on top. Should be nice. Seems like yet another defensive layer I can use. Wahahaha. We'll see. Okay, so that's that. I think I got all of the creature types there. So this is the Caustic Reactor. After the Caustic Reactor, I believe, was the Path of the Damned. I don't think it was. I think it actually went Caustic Reactor, Titan's Wound, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to go through all of them, though. What does any of this do? Oh, guess I'll find out later. Were any of those new is the question. Stone Devil. Oh yeah, I don't know what this guy does. This creature deals 200% more to life creatures and 65% less from them. Ah, nice. Yeah, so we have that one now. Maniac Warrior. After your maniacs are killed, well, it is an ally's turn. So what does it mean by after your maniacs are killed? Is that like a Boolean, like, has a maniac died this combat? Or is it like... Wait, I'll finish reading. They have 50% chance to be resurrected with 50% health. This trait does not stack. Oh. That's pretty freaking interesting, actually. So that's like every enemy... Wait. Every ally's turn. Interesting. And so that's any maniac. That's pretty important. Oh, okay. I knew this creature only because it's the the defiler start. Hey, I don't know what that is. Enemies with feared cannot gain buffs. That's... Feared is like... Feared just wants to stuff you completely. It supports the streamer. If they have ads, you don't have to watch them anymore. I don't have ads. I never stream. Dodge doesn't work on spells / indirect, so that's where avoid damage is better. Gotcha. Avoid damage would specify what it applies to if it were only one type. Okay. Let's trigger on death. Okay. Yeah, so as long as they are dead. Wait, it can only be triggered at the moment they die, I believe. So if they die during an ally's turn, they have 50% chance to come back. That's weird. That is definitely not how I would read that on first parse, and I feel like it's a little bit, if that's the case, it's a little bit tricky, the way that it's phrased, but even if that's the case, it still might actually be worth using for what I'm trying to do with my animatus here. After this creature's attack, decreases the target's highest stat by 20%. Okay. No problem. When they die, it may instantly res. At any time, if they die, you coin flip for a free res. At any time, if they die. There are many such. They may instantly res. Okay, so I'm definitely like not entirely sure based on the I read this, right? Oh yeah, it's crazy feared stuff. Sorry guys, not functioning as quickly as I normally do. Name. We got the Maniacs, right? Where's the Maniac Mutant? Maniac Warrior, there it is. After your Maniacs are killed, so it's like right when they're killed, as long as it's an ally turn, so it's just 2 checks. It's, did your Maniac get killed? Is it an ally's turn? They have a 50% chance to be resurrected with 50% health. So basically, as long as it's an ally's turn, when they die, they get rezzed. It triggers the same way Terror White does, just a different trigger effect. It doesn't matter whose turn. Yeah, it literally says during ally's turn, dude. But I didn't see during ally's turn. That's okay. I am curious, so I'm guessing it's just a secondary check. Oh, it's all good, dude. So I'm guessing the way that it works is if it dies, it then checks. What is this? After this creature attacks, it steals 50% of target speed. Not good. I'll keep it in mind though. Yeah, I'm guessing that it goes, okay, did a Maniac die? Yes. Check if it's an ally's turn. Like if it is, then resurrect the Maniac at 50% odds, which might be really nice. Like, here's the real question: is like, are creatures their own allies? Somebody's got to know this in chat, and I don't consider this a spoiler. Please feel free to answer this particular question. Are creatures their own allies in this game? So, for example, what I am trying to say is, if I have the Maniac Mutant trait, which says, you know, provokes self-destruct, basically, then if I use a provoke self-destructs, does that Maniac have a chance to res instantly because it is its own ally and it is its own turn? Creatures count as their own allies. Okay. If it worked the other way around, it would be worded like, if they are dead. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. And likely something like at the start of your creature's turn or something to that nature. Okay, that's what I figure. Thank you for clarifying that. Creatures count as their own allies is good to note as well. All good mechanics to good and worthy of note. I am definitely seeing like I'm seeing the makings of this like death grind machine, like this sacrifice machine. I need to look up if there's like a mythological god of sacrifice, like a god that is specifically like just all about the sacrifice, because I gotta name my animatus after that deity. Like if there's mythology about that. We sacrifice. So that's just what we do, man. We be sacrificing for our animatus. Oh yeah, I was supposed to check out these guys. I haven't seen these guys yet. Creature cast death spells 2 additional times, but these spells act as if this creature has 50% less int. 2 additional times. So like that's a win even with 50% less int. Just gotta say that. Oh, oops, I should not have attacked with that guy. It's fine. Moloch. I do not remember Moloch. And likely something, yeah, okay. I'm caught up with chat. Sometimes I feel like I fall behind and then I just reread something. Fury of Bombing. Cool. Promethean Blaze. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage and are afflicted with burning. Caster gains int equal to 10% of the damage dealt. That could be good. That could be really large, honestly. That could be very big. Your creatures cast spells 1 additional time, but their spells are 30% less potent. Multicast trait slot. Ooh. Kick. Target takes a moderate amount of damage, plus 25% more for each debuff it has. Yeah, I'm about to have to do some for serial theory crafting here. And I may need to like pop open Obsidian and share that window with you guys as well. Because I may actually need some like spatial whiteboarding in order to facilitate this. Meditations on Moloch. Do I remember this? No, I don't remember that. That's okay. You can tell me all about it later. Oh no, wait, where's the white? That was the white I haven't seen, yeah? Well, damn. Schmachtenberger referenced. Ah, yes. I think I remember the reference to it. Smoke bolts. Target takes a moderate amount of damage and loses a small amount of attack, int, and defense. Okay. Small amount. But since that's potency based, if you have a crap ton of int, it's still going to be a lot. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I have a new white that I need to look at, right? Hysteria Ghoul. Your creatures dodge and deal critical damage if they have 100% more speed. That's real good for dodge builds, dude. Reclusive White. After this creature... Wait, we have these? Enemies take damage. After this creature does a 50% chance to resurrect its allies with 50% health. Okay. I have another technical question that will help me to build what I am trying to build if I can have an immediate answer to it, and so I'm going to ask you fellas in chat for an answer, and I'm obviously not going to bar you guys from giving the answer. If you happen to know, if I do something like cast a spell with creature in slot 1 that sacrifices all allies, what order does that sacrifice happen in? Does it go creature 2, creature 3, creature 4, creature 5, creature 6? Does it happen in that order? Where's the Mewtwo? Where's the Pikachu? Hey, Malcolm. How you doing, man? Good to see you. This game is getting pretty wacky, basically. I mean, there are 1,200 creatures in the game with all, you know, unique traits. I'm super tired tonight. So I'm a little out of whack, but I'm just gonna keep going. I just may be less entertaining to listen to than usual. Not that I'm ever entertaining to listen to. Left to right for most effects that are team-wide, so it does do that. Okay. If it resolves in sequence, in ascending sequence, then that's great. That means that I can plan for example, to set up that reclusive white to die last and have roll an entirely separate chance to resurrect everybody else, which means that I can kind of start to stockpile. I can start kind of layering these revive effects. I'm okay. I'm still being drowned by tax work. Yikes, yeah. Good luck with that, dude. Taxes suck. Taxes suck. Yeah, big rip. Snack break. At the start of this creature's turn, it recovers 200% health and loses 20% speed. Huh, that feels like it combos pretty well with those creatures that do stuff on dodge, because you can start to force dodges the lower that you push your own team's speed. So we are still having the fun experience of running around realms that seem kind of half-assed and ugly with... Okay, so I've completed this entire thing. Half-assed, ugly realm walking go. We're going to get this buried treasure here, which was very impressive with a whole, like, 400 random resources. And then come over here and dive further down, I guess. Teleport to new realm. Not further down, but we are going to continue to go backward and try to check out what we're doing. I think it's the swamplands after this. I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to go ahead and try. Okay, there's a new creature that I don't get to see. Start of combat stuff is really, really funny in this game because, like, I need to see what the new creatures are doing, but I just can't. Just can't see. I was pretty sure that was a new creature. Brownie Captain, there we go. After this creature attacks, it decreases the defense of the target and enemies adjacent to the target by 30%. And that could be really, really good for attack-based builds, you know? Attack-heavy builds. Taxes suck more when you're interested in cryptocurrency. I bet. But also, you know, huge windfall from cryptocurrency. Left a lot of people extremely well off, so... It's, win some, you lose some, I guess. It also sucks really, really fucking bad for literally anybody that's self-employed or claims self-employed, right? Basically, you get double taxed, which is super big garbage. I don't see any new creatures here, so I'm just gonna let it go. Confused creatures, not a good look. Really mean the cost, although yes, that is unpleasant. Most like certain complexities. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Aventurine. I don't think I've seen this. Okay, that's this for singular. Cool. Can of Canth. When this Sugar Rush. When this creature casts a spell, the spell has 25% more potency for each buff it has. That looks crazy. Elizabeth, are you seeing this? She's running a buff team warden for her stuff, so 25% potency for each buff is like, at the end of this creature's turn, its buffs are removed. I mean, still, you're stacking buffs at a rate that is like pretty much all of the buffs every turn. So it is entirely possible that that is worth it if you're using, like, Chain Lightning or some other spell that can just one-shot the entire enemy team. Because you'd have how much potency on that? Like 300 plus 500%? Does stuff on gaining buffs. Yeah, yeah. Disintegration. Disintegration arrow. Oh god, I'm so tired. Target takes a moderate amount of damage. If this spell kills the target, it cannot be resurrected for the rest of battle. Oof. With damage based on speed rather than int. I'm pretty interested in speed comps as well. So if there's something I do after... See, so I couldn't break it there. Can't break it there. Okay, so it's just not breaking. It's you just have to interact with those. I wonder what new storm I'm going to see if I ever see a new storm. After your creatures are attacked, their mending buffs heal them immediately. This trait does not stack. Yeah, didn't I see that already though? I'm so sure that I've seen that already. That spell is wacky. It is pretty wacky. It's likely to screw me over at some point when I'm on the receiving end of it, considering what I'm trying to do here. At least, you know, I'm pretty sure that once I get this set up and rolling, I'm gonna be able to uh-oh. Oh, I see. It's this guy again. I'm just going to kill it instantly. I'm pretty sure once I get this rolling, my Animatus is going to be pretty much large enough to one-shot anything after turn 1. Because of the way that the attributes work in this game. Because at the very least, I'm fairly sure that I can get my Animatus 75% of all the stats of everybody on the team turn 1 right away. Which seems really good, but I'm willing to bet I can actually also make it much better than that. Pandemonium Bead. After this creature dies, your other creatures are resurrected with 100% health. If they're not dead, they recover 50% health. This effect does not activate if more than one of your creatures has this trait. I mean, that seems pretty good, huh? Like, if you just put this on the guy on the far right slot, I'm pretty sure you can just you just kill everybody and every creature should come back, right? There's the new storm. I knew it would be coming. Above 90% health, your creature's health cannot fall below 5%. Interesting. This effect is ignored if the incoming damage would exceed 100% of the creature's maximum health. Okay, so it's got limits. If they were gonna one-shot you, I guess it doesn't count. Still pretty good. War Dance. After your creatures defend or provoke, your Eurolos creatures gain 20% speed. So see, that's the sort of thing that I'm like, if we can get stuff on provoke, a speed build like that seems pretty good. Which, you know, we can. Here I was thinking I would just start the stream out with some low-key theory crafting, but I had to go and kill all these monsters first. It does actually take a good amount of time to troll back through and actually mimic, huh? And get all these creatures unlocked, especially if you're looking at each of their traits and reading aloud and stuff like that. Okay, we've got 2 new Imlers here. That looks like a fused Imler, does it not? Tainted Imling? Oh, wait, yep. This looks like a Rapid evolution. At the start of the battle, this creature fuses with a copy of a random Imler adjacent to it. I see. After this creature dies, it grants 30% of its attack, int, defense, speed, and innate trait to your Imlings. Oh, if that weren't just to Imlings, that would be pretty good for me. Oh, I need to know what that other Imling does there. Or Imler, rather. Okay, we've got a new hunter type. Well, now I've got 2 creatures to look at. What are we doing? Moon Hunter. After this creature attacks, it deals damage to a random enemy equal to 35% of the attack's damage with a 40% chance to deal 100% of the attack's damage. This effect repeats once for each hunter fighting on your side. Wow, I mean, that's potentially really good. I want some kind of like proc on damage effect for that though. Best team I ever built was Imler Imling team. Never lost to anything with those lads. Grats, dude. The Imler Imling stuff seems pretty interesting to me. All stacks up. After this creature dies, it grants 30% of its attack and speed. Oh yeah, to your Imlings. Okay. So that was the one it fused with. Gotcha. Understood. There's another Hunter's Lodge. Oops. Hey, we've got a boss battle. It's not really a boss battle, it's more like a mini boss. Some rewards attached. Hey, it's a new enemy type. After this creature provokes, it attacks each enemy that is afflicted with bleeding for 50% normal damage. Well, if everybody's afflicted with bleeding, that's pretty good. I would really like for that Eurolos to die. There we go. Yeah, we are gonna have to use some of the hard thinking after this. And then it's going to all feel ruined just as soon as I unlock more tech for the build. That's okay. We shall sacrifice everyone. What is it that the Protoss zealots say? Protoss zealots say life for ire, right? Ire. Life for ire. My life for ire. Maybe so that's A-I-U-R. Maybe I just name my my animatus Ire. And all my guys can be Protoss zealots. Target loses a moderate amount of defense and takes damage equal to 150. Ah, Shellburst. Yeah, that's the thing your Warden starting creature gives to everybody. Okay. Okay, I've seen all these before. Despite the interesting fusion thing that's happening there. Dealing with fused monsters is going to be pretty funny. Awful doctor. Refund, please. Would not recommend. Okay. We are almost through all the biomes. I think what I want to do maybe is grind a little bit of favor with the or emblems or whatever with the death goddess there, and see if she doesn't let me buy some creatures that help with this archetype. I'd have to go check her shop though to see if that's even a thing that's conceivable, or if it's inconceivable. All right. Oh, I see where I'm going. Teleport to new realm. Down here. What came after this? That's a good question. I don't remember. I think it might have been the chaos. Chaos place here. Wait a second. Did I finish my project? I probably finished my projects. Oh yeah, I've got 2 out of 2. Done. Crapola. I should be paying more attention. Crossfire Ifrit. After an enemy takes damage from burning, this creature deals 30% of that damage to all other enemies. This trait does not stack. That's awesome. That's like an automatic, you know, every burning team trait, feels like. It's very, very centralizing. I mean, like, in a way that I don't mind. I bet there are things that that sort of compete with it. Firestorm, I think I've seen that one before. All right, trying to make this happen. Running around in these realms is kind of exhausting. I'm pretty ready to get back into the base and theorycraft for a bit. This creature can't cast spells manually. After this creature takes damage from any source, it has a 30% chance to cast one of its spells. Meaning that you want a way to have it damage itself many, many times with trivial damage per turn, or recursively somehow. I doubt that I'm going to encounter any nasty surprises that one-shot me at the moment. What is that? Your creatures have a 25% chance to prevent debuffs for each turn they've taken in the current battle. So I suppose that's individual creatures, like... Each individual creature has a 25% chance for each turn, so once every creature in the battle has gone 4 times, you're basically debuff immune? I'm guessing? 4 turns does not seem trivial, though, to achieve. Given what we know so far about the combat of Siralim. Oh no. Did I see what these guys do? Yeah. I don't know if I saw what those, the green bats do. I think so, though. Cure of Disarming. Those are random anyway. Those teleporters are random. It's one of the things that, you know, makes it feel even more disrespectful. It's like, you have teleporters here, but you don't even have to memorize their locations. They don't correspond to anything. They just teleport you at random to another teleporter. It's like, come on. None of the features of the realm interface feel in any way consequential. What? Oops. Crap. I wanted to read that. Wrath of Nature. Your creatures gain a moderate amount of attack. Okay. Well, I did get the Vulps that triggers trait increasing spells at the start of combat, which is nice. Static Stalker. At the start of battle, this creature gains Chain Lightning. After this creature casts a spell, it gains Invisible and 20% speed. There's the speed. I mean, Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning's a good one. Oh. Mini volcanoes afflict a random debuff. On an enemy, maybe? Oh, there's a dumpling. Do I care about this dumpling? Like... Is it possible for me to... Yes. There we go. Just took me a second. Okay, hey, we got it. That time we actually got it. Cute and innocent. Knowledge increased. Dumpling, rank F. Excellent. Treen. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with this. You know, honestly, even if I'm not, I'm probably just going back anyway. We have 5 Vulcanar emblems, but the real Basilisk, huh? This creature does not take damage from attacks or spells between each of its turns. It casts 3 of its spell gems at random. Not take damage between each of its turns. So you, that's a really great creature for invisibility, right? Invisibility works really well with that. Teleport to new realm. Maybe Refuge of the Magi. So we've got Temple of Lies, Refuge of the Magi, Azure Dream. Or wait, which was the most recent one? It was the Temple of Lies, right? So I don't think I actually need to go to the maybe I do. Maybe I still need to go there in order to unlock those things. I don't know. I don't know what's new here. I'm really just gonna have to rely on the bestiary to keep track for me, basically. Maybe nothing new? Not just a stat increase, it should also be able to use reduction spells as well. Oh yeah. They prioritize up-down movement. Okay. That will help with catching those in the future. Yellow, pink. I thought it was green, pink was the good one. Hey, that guy with the mace is new, isn't it? Creatures have a 40% greater chance to dodge attacks. This trait does not stack. Okay, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Seems like it's probably still based on the difference, but then it just applies a multiplier, which is nice. Enemies are afflicted with Blighted. If they are already afflicted with this debuff, they instead recover a moderate amount of health. Okay, so they're damaged. Got it. Just applies blight to the entire enemy team. That's wacky. Green, pink. Green, pink. A bunch of treasure. Yep. Green, pink was the good one. I remembered. After this creature defends or provokes, enemies lose 30% defense and speed. Seems quite good. Entangle. Each enemy has a 50% chance to be afflicted with snare. Gotcha. Ghoul's Grip. Target takes a large amount of damage and is afflicted with snared. It's pretty good. Snared is pretty good. Tomb of Eldritch Knowledge. Eldritch Rune. Trait. At the start of battle, this creature's maximum health is set to 50%. This creature's spells are 100% more potent. Huh. I mean, 100% potency seems pretty good. Just saying. It's probably a tome. One of those Grimoire traits. If you somehow had a 72% base chance to dodge from your speed, then you'd actually... And that'd actually put you at 100% dodge rate. 40% increase? I mean, 100% dodge rate is not bad, but it's also not invincibility, unfortunately. Right? But dodge teams care a lot. Uh-oh. What does this do? After this creature is resurrected, your other creatures are resurrected as well. That's very... That's pretty damn good. So I've got to combine that with the guy that automatically revives, right? There's a guy who is resurrected. I've got to start using the lingo because I'm going to search the wrong terms. So that guy automatically revives everybody else along with himself. So if I get rebirth onto that guy, then he will bring everybody back. Seems good. Enemies take damage equal to 100% of the health that they've recovered in the current battle. Wow. That's crazy. Excuse me? I'm assuming that, like, defense still plays a factor in this and whatnot. Yeah, I was just thinking of your team. I was like, yep, heal teams really beware, you know? Books are alive. Hey, there's a new Grimoire. Cast its first 2 non-ethereal spell gems that summon minions. Okay. The enemy bothers healing, it's fun. Yeah, that's... I imagine. There's also, like, doesn't it still do damage? It, like, so if you're healing the enemy in a blight lineup, I assume that, like, does it still track the heal, or does the heal just... Because it says instead, right? So I'm assuming that it doesn't actually track the heal. Allows you to craft gems of divulging bark. There needs to be an actual heal. Yeah, so it's amount healed. Probably internally. Creatures gain 1 stack of dire wolves. Okay. Wait. Have I seen this? Yeah. I think it's the one that stacks politely with the Nephilim shield. Nephilim shield guy. Let's see. See what there is to see. Okay. Every time I miss going down a corridor 16 times, like in a row, I am reminded, sorely reminded, that I do not appreciate running around in realms, to be honest. It's like, ah, fuck. I really want to go down that corridor, but to run back and forth a little bit just to aim on my character. Alright, I think. Oh no, that's not it. There's an entire right section of the realm that I need to explore. Come to me. Okay, what is that guy? No. Sihagin. Sihagin. Alright. Whatever that is, I can be that from now on if I want to. Kinda looks pretty cool. Let me see. There is a new guy I have to see. Jin Illusionist. Is that it? What's this guy do? 10% more damage spells for each charge. The spell gem is missing. So that's just like extra, is it cascading? Necro Grimoire. Yep, Raven Ritualist. There we go. At the start of this creature's turn, it gains defense equal to 50% of its intelligence. Huh. Okay. Gosh, so many teams I could build. I get the feeling I'm going to be stuck playing this game for a while and building teams until I get bored of it. Unrealized potential. After your creatures gain stats, they gain these stats an additional time, but they gain 50% fewer stats. This trait does not stack. Guessing that's not recursive. Guessing there's just a hard stopper on that in terms of like... It's good in very specific meme builds. I'm guessing it's like, it doesn't apply to itself, obviously, so. Because that would be crazy. Actually, it might be good here, honestly. Like, it may... Because if my Animatus is gaining, there we go. I've got projects to turn in. Perhaps you should unlock all the other specializations first. Thanks, guys. I guess I should probably just start unlocking these at random, since there's nothing else to do. Alright. We got one more to do, right? It's the Temple of Lies. No, not the Temple of Lies, but the Azure Dream. That's right. There we go. Might actually find something to do with Rebirth here. What do you do? After your creatures are attacked, they deal damage equal to 25% of their attack to the enemy. If this creature is healed, it heals one of your other creatures with 300% of that amount. One of your other creatures. This trait does not heal creatures that also have this trait. Fascinating. Alright. That bird is nuts in a cleric build. Yeah. I took a look at the 300%. Was like, what? 300%? You gotta be kidding me. 300's a lot. Alright, I think I've seen everything here. Wait. No, I haven't seen that golden bird, right? Do not believe I've seen the golden bird. After the creature is attacked, it reduces the enemy's attack by 50%. Yeah, you know. 50% is a good number. It's a good amount. Half, you know. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to forgive me for being a little slower tonight. It's going to probably be the least entertaining of all the VODs thus far. Oh no, I really want to see what the spooky baby is. Spooky fetus, what are you? When your creatures with barrier take damage, the barrier shatters, dealing damage to enemies equal to 35% of its potency. This trait does not stack. That does seem good. Potentially, but... yeah, that does seem good. Seems like you could scale that to be a primary damage engine, for sure. I feel like I'm starting to get there with regards to the tools of the game being unlocked. Am I being allowed to kind of play with the systems finally? Like... what are you? Zealot of the Forest. At the start of this creature's turn, it increases your other creature's speed by 15% of this creature's speed. This creature's turn. You really just have to put, like, that Banshee trait on those guys, where it's like... this creature takes as many turns as possible. Like, every time that a creature takes a turn, you put this creature at the top of the timeline. Like, that could potentially work pretty well with a creature like that, so... yeah. Huh? Alright. There we go. Cherubs are fairly effective in Cleric as well. Great Pandemonium CCG. Alright. A bit more loved by the gods. 30 favor with every god. +2 Angel Shrine spawns. Cool. Nothing new here. We are about to try to make a team, I think. I don't have the ability to level up yet on my fusion device, which makes me somewhat nervous. Because if I go to make a new team, they're not going to be the right level. So I'm kind of wondering if I shouldn't. And I feel like every cycle I'm unlocking stuff that's really going to matter with regards to like this team that I'm trying to put together. I'm trying to figure out if I go until I unlock the leveling portion of the fusion device so that I don't have to re-level all my guys. Less damage from nature's creatures. When does that unlock, though? You know? Creature has an increased chance to dodge. Cool. Trick slots seem very powerful. Like, it seems like some trick slots, like, some traits can basically be, you know, replaced with, like, some traits are underwhelming because they're effectively the equivalent of a couple of trick slots. So... So I don't know what to do. I've not yet figured out, like, what the automatic... what the automatic res team is built out of, like, made out of just yet. Okay, let's see. But I may dive forward just a little bit here in the game and see if I can't unlock the fusion device. unlock the fusion device level up mechanic before I build my team, so that I don't have to re-level everything. Ooh, a new unicorn. What are you? Righteous Winds. After this creature attacks, it increases a random ally's attack and intelligence by 50%. If I manage to put that, if I manage to fuse that with a creature that says, for example, attack every creature on the opposing team, does that count as like 6 attacks? Or are there like attack propagation features that are like, sure does? Okay. That's worth knowing. Every attack counts as an attack, so it would count as 6 and increase stats every time, yep. Cool. Good to know. Every single person in stream here is so hard up. Like, you guys have such a hard on for mechanics. Like, this is the coolest community I've ever been a part of, because, like, even the Path of Exile community is full of, like, memers and people that are kind of just there to, like... I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It's just that you guys are so so ready to discuss mechanics, like, so quickly. Everybody in chat. I'm like... I'm doing the thing that I always do with games, where I speculate. I do rambling speculation as I'm playing through the game, and every single time I speculate, everybody in chat is like, absolutely. Like, everybody tells me like what some deep mechanical interactions about. I'm like, you guys all are all great. You're all so into the mechanics of this game. I love it. After this creature is attacked, it deals... I promise I won't disappoint you guys. I'm going to put something good together. Something good and entertaining together at some point. I am learning. I am still very much green, and I am still very much learning the ropes, and I promise to make something interesting eventually. After this creature is attacked, it deals damage equal to 75% of its attack to the enemy. It's pretty good. It's going to be like one of the higher... So it doesn't attack the enemy. Is the thing. It deals damage equal to 75% of its attack to the enemy. So it's not like it actually counterattacks and procs stuff. It's just... Is that indirect damage? I'm guessing that's indirect damage. Which is cool. So you probably do interesting things with that for sure. And that's the whole reason for this game. Splashing doesn't work that way because it's attaching a separate non-attack effect rather than attacking. Yeah, I figured. I did figure with that. Yeah, indirect damage. Remember that trait from earlier? Yes. Yeah. I think it was one on the one of those armored angel dudes. Let me see. Extra attack, but not on attacks. Yeah, so indirect damage. Yeah. Yes, I was right about the one I was remembering. So, let me see. I hope I have remembered it attached to the correct creature, but that's honestly not what I'm focused on, because trying to be focused on more than one archetype in this game while trying to figure out what all is available in this game is a trip and a half. We are going to teleport to a new realm, I think, honestly. I'm probably going to regret this. Maybe I will go back to Siralim real quick, just to... No, you know what? I'm over-leveled enough from farming all these realms. I'm just going to try blasting out a realm real quick to see if I can get the fusion level up thing. Eternity's End is not at all how you expect it to look. Oh, well, Vertrag's altar, so we can help you... search for the king of next. Vertrag, like the guy from Monster Sanctuary. What in the hell are all these? Dead. That's what they are. I'll check them after the realm. You know what? I'm just gonna start batching this whole process of learning what monsters do, because it's crazy to be stopping every single combat. Was there a big noise just now? Outside the window? Oh, okay. I thought like my My girlfriend slam dunked something like windmill style into the trash apparently. And it was so loud that it like spooked the heck out of me. So startled. My girlfriend is actually the She-Hulk. Just in here destroying shit. Knocking buildings over. Oh, is it Torin? Sticky. This is not Vertrag. Take 5 steps backwards. Now you socially short-sighted simpleton. We're here. We have Torin. Torin. God of gods, this is my realm. The cutthroat jungle. And if you don't explain why the fuck you let my army of imps have their way with you. Redder than a slapped ass. Self-mutilation or anything else that would bring harm to you. An imperfect piece of shit imp. I want him dead. Imp Impington. Okay, cool. Well, I am glad to be grinding Torin favor now. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage. Just that what? Holy explosion. Okay. Sometimes I forget that like spells are restricted by class in this game, so I have to get like all the nukes for every class. Slate of Arcana. Oh yeah, Arcane on damage. Cool. Arcane seems like it's potentially fairly powerful eventually. Like for caster archetypes. I believe it was a mummy trait. Huh. Actually, you dropped the bottle into an empty basket. Yeah. You would insist on that version of reality and events, wouldn't you? What are these? These look awesome. Please be awesome. Your creatures always have Savage and have 25% greater chance to deal critical damage. This trait does not stack. They are awesome. Thirst for blood. After your creatures deal critical damage, they recover health equal to 100% of the damage dealt. That is also pretty cool. And not leech very specifically. Weird. Silverclaw Beak. After one of your other griffins defend, the rest of them defend as well. This trait does not stack. You'll get much more powerful ones later. Really just outright more powerful, or like... I hope that some traits don't just outmode other traits. That is something I'm really hoping for. Hoping you don't just get bigger, badder versions of creatures. It seems like they're doing good about that so far, so I don't expect it. But you did definitely just make it sound like powerful, and they'll give some fun damage with crit power. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was, you know, I expect that sort of thing. Jagged Rock, I should have read it. It was a trait item, I think. Oh my goodness. Come on. I really do want to get around to the theory crafting, but also I really don't want to have to re-level my team. Is it trick? Okay. If it's trick, that's good. Less, seemingly less centralizing, less important to know the trick ones, because they seem a little bit easier to track. Track. Yeah, I'm definitely tired. Crap. Tired is the wrong word for it. I am exhausted. Tired implies that I'm sleepy instead of, like, loopy. There are only 2 traits in the game that are basically straight downgrades of another trait, and that's because Zach overlooked them on the big balance change sweep. Gotcha. Interesting treasure. Thank you, I guess. We'll get there. 54 creature parts. Wait, what? Creature parts? Creature parts? Oh, okay, creature parts must be something that I use in this biome to do stuff with. Or actually, no, it's probably one of my project. It's one of my project mats, I'm sure. Okay. Time to go to... Okay. Yep, so it lied to me on the interface as well. Good. One to buckle my shoe. Gotcha. Thanks, Torin. I wish Malcolm were here to see Torin. Torin is pretty fucking good. I feel like Torin is Malcolm's spirit animal. What does this imp do? Looks pretty wild. When your creatures cast a single target nature spell, they have a 50% chance to cast the spell on all the creatures fighting on the target's side. Okay. That is amazing for both offense and defense for nature teams. Amazing. Means that basically all your single target casts become potentially a team-wide casts. Not that that's like saying anything different from literally what the ability says, but I have grokked it properly. Summon a treasure chest. Berserking savagery. Okay. Okay. How come there's not 3 of these? 3 different types of those. Seems to only be 2 of them right now. It's just tax on as it goes rather than compounding in advance. Aston _. Did you end up leaving Dota permanently? I'm sorry. I remember you, Aston. Did I end up leaving Dota permanently? Boy, have I ever toyed with the idea of coming back to Dota a million billion times. The problem right now, Aston, is that life did one of those things that it often does, which I know that you know about because I remember getting the feel from talking to you that you are. You have a whole life of your own. Life did that thing to me, and I wound up having to... I'm down in Florida, of all places. I had to move halfway across the country, and I'm now taking care of my grandfather. And so that is an all-day job, and the only time that I get to myself is at night when he's asleep. And even this time, I cannot necessarily guarantee that that I get uninterrupted time. One of the games that I would love to do this sort of thing with and like make a VOD series, especially a VOD series of like targeted training sessions, is Dota. I've got like a half-written blog post about how Dota is probably the hardest game ever, that the entire universe is going to disagree with me about. But I would love to do that, like a VOD series like that, and basically very methodically train myself up to Immortal. And I'm fairly confident that I could do it, given the right amount of time and the right amount of latitude and the right amount of dedication, within a reasonable time frame, probably like a year or something like that. But Dota is such a hurdle, like is such a monstrous game to learn that it would absolutely take that kind of amount of time. And I think I may get the opportunity to do that again coming up in the next few years here. But God only knows, you know, what will happen to Dota in that amount of time. And unfortunately, it will probably, you know, the desire to do that and catalog that will probably be competing with a million other things. Time and mindset are really the two key things that people struggle to overcome. Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, you're talking from the perspective of a player that's already hanging out in Immortal. And I really don't think definitely be around for another 7 to 10 years, you think? Well, you know, I will probably, in that case, at some point, I will probably actually recommence that project. It fascinates me. Specifically the desire to catalog. That and mostly for the sake of like recording an approach, a human improvement and growth mindset, like a series about human improvement and growth mindset generally. And Dota, I just think is one of the best arenas to demonstrate something like that, because the game is so goddamn resilient to people's attempts to learn it. At least methodically, pick it apart and learn it. And lots of people, you know, the way that people talk about improving in Dota is very, like, makes it very mysterious to a lot of people. I think, like, makes it mysterious to newcomers. Really appreciate stuff like Henry's content. He gets so mad at the game sometimes, but he does, like, really awesome coaching content. And yeah, I still every once in a while tune into a Dota stream, but I have not done that in a long time. Life derailed me super hard is the answer. But where I get my nights free right now, I have been streaming Siralim, because this is a game where if my grandfather wakes up in the middle of the night, I can get up, I can put it down, I can put my stream on pause, and I can go deal with whatever, you know, has roused him in the middle of the night. And God only knows what that may be. But if I'm in the middle of a match of Dota, well, getting up and walking away from Dota in the middle of a match is a whole different kind of fiasco, which, you know, we both know. So that is, you know, in terms of like what I choose to play over the next year or two, or however long this dynamic lasts for me. Definitely not forever. I will have to be choosing the games that I play based on that kind of criteria. Have the Souls-type games ever interested you? Definitely also a skill-based and methodical learning process, especially if you put limitations on yourself too. Yes, so the Souls games, I think they're very cool. But there is something about 3D games where you are either in a first-person perspective or like hovering behind with a third-person perspective that makes me deeply uncomfortable when I'm playing. And it's not like the sort of like, I'm not like the sort of player that, you know, gets nauseated by this. But whoa, okay, what happened? I have to look. What the heck? Anyway, so the Souls games look really, I actually played one. I played Dark Souls 1, I think. And I played it quite a bit. But with those games where they're like the hover cam or the first person, and I'm playing them, it feels like my periphery is chopped off the whole time. It makes me really uncomfortable, and I don't know why. And so they're kind of hard for me to play, and so I tend to avoid games that shove you into that perspective. Is there a combat log in this game? Yes, there is. So I should probably use it, you know? Where did my guys die? My guys died way up here, like right near the start of the... I find this text really difficult to parse. Like, Which guy is dead? It's the golem? So this up here should be the start of combat, as far as I can tell. This is like... Granite Golem took... Okay, so my Granite Golem got crit. By what? Oh, okay, it was my Animatus was confused. Is confused still, and, There we go. Confusion rip. Got it. Yep. I was like, what happens if I attack? Again, with my Animatus. You attacked yourself due to confusion, right? Yeah, so that's that. The Souls games actually seem awesome to me though. Like I very much appreciate them. They're a little more execution heavy than the sort of thing I typically gravitate towards. But they are awesome. I enjoy them very much. A little punishing and a little execution heavy for my like personal seek it out and play it kind of thing, but otherwise obviously good games. So yeah, I will be playing stuff probably over the next year or two. If I decide that I'm really having a good time streaming again and that I can keep this up, I will probably actually determine some kind of regular schedule for what I am streaming. At least I'll say like I will stream potentially like on these days, or maybe I'll just limit myself to a number of days a week and do it totally inconsistently to fuck with everyone. Just like whenever I feel like it, but I will limit myself to a couple of days a week because I just don't want to. I'm gonna end up spending all my time streaming if I let myself. I have no problem getting up in front of people on camera or whatever. So it's really easy to throw a million hours of my life at streaming. Very addictive. How about games like Slay the Spire and Monster Train? Actually, funny you should mention that. I actually really do like Monster Train. I think it did a lot of interesting things to the STS deck builder paradigm. And I have played both. I did not do the Ascension credentializing on Slay the Spire. I don't really appreciate the way that the ascendancies are set up because like the higher you get up in the ascendancy difficulty, the narrower the number of, remaining victory conditions for each class or whatever, and it starts to feel like less fun the higher you climb up. Ring of Pain I don't think I've played, if that is a game you're suggesting. But what I was going to say is Last Branch of Legend is a Toho Slay the Spire. It's not going to do it justice to call it a clone. It's a Slay the Spire type deck builder inspired Toho game, and I have been recommended it by a friend, and I am going to be playing through it on stream probably at some point in the very near future. Probably, like, I don't know, maybe when I'm done with Siralim, or I don't know. Probably before I'm done with Siralim, since I will probably be playing Siralim on and off for a little while, since it seems like one of those games where the content is just borderline endless. Okay, this dialogue just makes me hate myself, so we're going to skip it. Oh, we're not going to kill everything. Turn 1. This guy's level 45. Oh, we still have level advantage. Your creatures take 2 turns at a time. That's very bad, considering how many creatures are going on right there. Oh no. So attacks are going to be kind of randomized. I can do this though, because my attacks are so deadly anyway. So we are going to deal with them having a lot of burns, but that's probably okay. There we go. So I guess this is going to work out after all. Darkest Dungeon 2 maybe. I have played Darkest Dungeon. Enjoyed Darkest Dungeon. Again, felt that the end game, the absolute end game, was pretty damn random, and the game was a little punishing for no reason. But deeply enjoyed it. Lots of cool team building, interesting strategy around that. That's exactly the sort of game I like, though. You are like recommending right in my wheelhouse. Now you're like slam dunking it on the like roguelike meta strategy kind of stuff. Perhaps Darkest Dungeon 2 may improve on it. Yeah, I mean, we're all hoping, right? But I think that's kind of part of their philosophy of design is that, you know, it should be punishing. It should be a dreary experience, and you should have to deal with random punishing events. So I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be better or an improvement in that direction. I don't know if the devs would consider it an improvement. What else? Also, I recently considered playing. Oh, one of my friends was playing through Factorio on stream, and I thought that looked interesting. Transcendence targets gains a random trait that belongs to a creature from its race. Interesting. I think the double cast on Transcendence will be really, really good. This item can be taken to the Enchanter. Increase healing. Nice. Okay, can I get the fusion upgrade now? You returned. Tell me us. Did you find the King of Next and Eternity's End? You explained you did not. Okay. Okay, you now have the ability to adjust the realm instability of realms of visit. Realm instability can be set from 1 to 5, or you can simply turn it off. This is an interesting unlock. Rimworld and Dwarf Fortress may actually be sort of interesting. Dwarf Fortress recently got that, like, giant overhaul visual release on Steam, and I'm definitely planning on checking that out, because I never played the original Dwarf Fortress, because I could probably get into it now, but back when I was thinking about getting into it, I was, like, sort of like a Luddite tier, aversive to getting into, like, stuff that complex. Its interface was beyond me at the time. I was just basically turned off of it, turned tail and ran. It was like, this is too complicated to get into. But with it being on Steam like that, and I have actually one of my friends in my Discord server recommended RimWorld to me already, and I recently played a game called Songs of Six. So it was very much like, you know, it's like an empire build. Oops, sorry about that. It's like an empire builder, city builder type thing. And that was a lot of fun. I think Songs of Six is one of the better games I've played recently. Rift Wizard, if you've never played Rift Wizard. Because Aston, it sounds like you play all these games. So if you're playing games that are sort of in my wheelhouse, I'm going to turn it right back around at you and say the two great games that you should play that I've played recently and were extremely good. One of them is Rift Wizard, is probably the best classic rogue-like kind of game that I have played in recent memory. And then Backpack Hero. Backpack Hero is kind of an indie spin. It's got a bunch of furry characters, so some people are not going to take it very seriously based on that premise. But the systems in Backpack Hero are really cool. Really cool, and it's a very well-designed game. RimWorld has an adjustable level of randomness. Nice. Yeah, RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are things that I may actually look into for sure. Let me see. Come back to here real quick. Realm instability has several effects on your realms. Creatures from other realms can now spawn in realms they normally couldn't be found in. Interesting, but does it take from your pool of creatures you've already unlocked is the question. It's very important to know that, and I could test that, but I honestly don't mind an answer from chat before I go ahead and try to do that. Realm properties will be introduced to your realms that make them more challenging. And enemies have a chance to be fused. That's really dangerous. In return for increased difficulty that comes with realms, you will earn greater rewards. Okay. I'd wait for Backpack Hero to come out of early access first, perhaps. I backed it via Kickstarter because the online demo was actually good enough that it was like, okay, this is more or less a full game experience for me. It was like when it was free web browser based demo, it was good enough for me to want to throw the money at it, to be honest. The devs are doing wonderful work with that game. It's a real passion project for them. Let me see. Level up. My apologies. Yeah, so we can't do the level up yet. So we're just gonna keep diving. I'm just gonna keep diving because what I really want is to Oh no. Dark cave with spiders. Oh no. It looks like she's leaking green out of her naughty bits. I don't know what to say about this. God of poison and lust. Not going down that path. So I'm going to tell her about my nether orbs now. Fantastic. She listens to my story intently. Never heard of them being used for such a purpose. You can travel to Eternity's End with any normal teleport so long as it's calibrated correctly. I propose that we make a deal. Unlike Torrent, I will not betray you. With a gulp, your gaze falls towards the spinneret. Oh no. Dryad called Edda. Her presence undermines my prowess. Is she just jealous? Is that what this is? I will send you on your way to Eternity's End. Time to go murder a Dryad. Yeah, we're the good guy, by the way. Ever been interested in games like Divinity, Original Sin, long party-based RPGs? Kinda, sorta, is my answer. It's like, I don't play games for the narrative, like, virtually ever. I don't think I've ever really enjoyed a game for its narrative, although for nostalgia reasons and the fact that I still even right now to this day think it's pretty good and immersive and has a beautiful setting. I still enjoy Chrono Trigger. I think that's half nostalgia driven and half like Chrono Trigger has kind of a cool implicit story and setting, and also has awesome music and really good art. So I don't mind games like that really, but they have to not just to be doing like a rehashed version of the systems that the systems that we're all already familiar with from turn-based RPGs. Stuff like Etrian Odyssey, stuff like oh, what is the Octopath Traveler? There we go. I played through Bravely Default not too long ago. Actually, it was quite long ago now. It was like 10 years ago. You know, not too long ago, just 10 years. I am older than I look, folks. Believe it. I am, actually. Or I would guess so. Without cheating, can anybody in chat guess my age? I mean, people might actually guess it accurately based on, I mean, now I've kind of given it away. So I'm older than I look, so you're already gonna guess older. Just guess 45. 36. See, you overshot it. Fuck, now I'm eating my words, right? Well, almost. 793. There we go. Actually, I'm young as a spring chicken. With guesses like that. Almost though, Aston. I'm 30. I'll be 34 very soon. Be 34 in March. So, I can't remember. If people in here ever knew my age previously? But yeah. So, it's like it was quite a long time ago that I played Phantom Brave, but I liked it a lot because it did a lot of things that were very polite with its combat systems compared to like more classic RPGs, right? It gave you the ability to like arbitrarily increase encounter rate, spawn rate, and also to do things like increase combat speed just arbitrarily as well. After this creature attacks, it has a 35% chance to cast Affliction. I really hope that's good. Like, I definitely have kind of a problem with the way that spell gems are handled, at least to the extent that, like, I should be able to know what that spell gem is now that I have seen it, if I'm going to have a creature like that on my team. I shouldn't have to put the creature on my team and put it into combat to figure out what that spell gem does. At the start of battle, the classes of the last 3 creatures in your party are changed to that of the first creature in your party. Classes. Last 3. So I can have 3 that aren't and still unify them, basically. Or Yeah. 3 that aren't. That's interesting. What are you? After this creature attacks, it afflicts the target with Blighted. If the target is already afflicted with Blighted, the target is healed for 100% of that amount of damage instead. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's macro this. It's a starter spell, bro. You have that spell, and it debuffs all enemies. Does it? Random debuff. Oh, okay, yeah, that must be one that I read in, like, the first stream. Oh, it's hard to keep track. But don't bullshit me. I've definitely run into creatures that do stuff like that, where it's like a spell that I have not encountered. So at least I think so. Maybe I'm full of shit. I feel like I've read that before. But like also, isn't spell acquisition random in this game? I think the way that you encounter creatures is deterministic, right? So like you encounter creatures in the same order. Like if I were to restart the game, I would encounter all the same creatures in the same order, I'm guessing. But I mean, unless realm instability works differently from how I think that it does. And introduces creatures from realms that you haven't visited. But if the this is new, right? Creatures with leeching deal 30% more damage and no longer take damage from Blighted. Oh no, I've seen that one. If the order in which you encounter spell gems is random, then any ability that does that has the potential to like be something that you just haven't like you can't have access to the information about like on the fly about what the spell does. Blessing unlocked, 50% favor from spider eggs. Okay. Oh, creatures are attacking. That's a new spider. That's a bunch of new spiders. Well, I guess this is my first foray into this realm, so no surprise. What do you guys do? Enemy stone debuffs last forever. In addition, this creature deals 75% more damage to enemies with stone. Stone does not prevent creatures from attacking or anything like that, so it's not like freeze lasts forever. Enemy creatures deal 10% less damage with attacks and spells for each creature with stone. Okay. That is fighting on their side. This trait does not stack. Weird Dance. At the start of battle, this creature gains 2 random traits that belong to the same race as the first creature in your party. Interesting. We'll figure it out. Frankly, even if you don't know the spell, those traits are still less confusing than some other traits in the game. Fair enough, I suppose. I don't mind things that I have to puzzle out, but I definitely mind things where I just am not allowed to have the information. Like, where there's no way that I could have that information. And so the potential for stuff like that irks me on, like, like a first principles level, where I'm like, yeah, shouldn't exist. And again, I don't know if I'm full of shit. Maybe the way in which the spells show up is somehow deterministic. But most of these traits I've been able to like puzzle out sort of how they're gonna work. Let's see. So we get a trait here, Phantasm. Your creature's spell gems deal 30% more damage for each time they've been cast in the current battle. This trait does not stack. That's crazy. Like, that's just nuts. All these evoker, like... A fun micro project, a little RNG prone, but not really enough to stifle any meaningful project, could be to climb the competitive Pokemon singles ladder. Oh, you. There's an insane amount of theory crafting you can do, and everything is tweakable down to the smallest minutiae. Pokemon singles ladder. The community is really solid, and the games are short enough that you wouldn't need to worry about interruptions. You know, if I was going to do something like that, like following up on Siralim, for some reason, I've kind of fallen off of interest in Pokemon in particular, and I think it's a branding thing, to be honest. But if I was going to do that, I don't know if you've heard of a game called Monster Sanctuary, but if I was going to like try to tackle the PvP of because I've heard miserable things about the Pokemon tournament scene. I have a friend who plays, who's like really competitive in like the professional Pokemon tournament scene. I like go to the tournaments and try. Anytime a tournament comes up, they show up. And it's like I hear them grouse about how like the randomness is so like heavily determinant. They actually play the use the website and do the so it's just like they've got it there on the website. Train Pokemon, you just pick out their stats and moves. Yeah, something like that that's sort of right up my alley in terms of like the fun sandboxy kind of quality of the thing. But if you do not know about Monster Sanctuary, and that's something I could consider doing for sure. Monster Sanctuary is a great game. I've been oscillating back and forth between saying, yeah, that's for sure something I could do, and also, because I haven't visited Monster Sanctuary since they put an expansion on the game, which apparently added a lot of stuff. And Monster Sanctuary is like a monster tamer game that's sort of a Pokemon-like format. But like 3-on-3 with 6v battle, like six monster battles, and you swap in. And I played through that game early last year, and I have to say, it did a whole lot of things that Pokemon should have done. It's a very tightly designed game, tightly balanced game, and it's got PvP at the end of it. Like when you least expect it, it just throws PvP out there at you. And I was super surprised to see PvP in the game, honestly, and then I was super surprised yet again to discover that it's really tightly balanced and works out really well. And Elizabeth and I, my girlfriend and I played versus each other and then versus her brother as well, and had a really good time with the game. 6v6 and has its own tiering system. Huh. So Pokemon singles is like very different from you have a massive pool. The amount of players also means you have a massive pool of diverse teams to train against. Interesting. An entirely different game. Huh. That does sound interesting. I might check that out. You've intrigued me. Okay, I'm gonna go down to the next level. Teleport to a new realm. Yeah, Siralim is so I'm tempted to put realm instability on. So it's really just 1000 power regardless of how much I put on it, so why wouldn't I put max on it? But it would for sure crush me at maximum. Maybe once I've got my team together. $240% rewards. The reward scaling on that looked really goofy. Like it went up from like 17 to 240 or something like that. Like why would I pursue 17% rewards? And I guess like part of the big reward structure there is that you get random guys into your realm, and they're, I don't know if there's any benefit to fighting fused monsters. Do you get knowledge from both monsters? Double slash VGC is like over in 2 through 3 long turns. Pokemon singles games can vary between 15 and 100 shorter turns. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, the 6v6 format seems like it would change everything dramatically. The rewards depend on specific instabilities, so that's why it looks a bit random. Okay. That makes sense. I'm amazed that my team is still just kind of doing things. I've sort of decided that I'm just sort of going until... I get my my level up on my fusion device, because then hopefully I will be able to level my my creatures without grinding a bunch, and then I can just theorycraft up a new team and put them together, which is... But hopefully the game doesn't stop me before that. So I have a feeling that it could very easily stop me before that. Oh. You're supposed to end up behind on levels permanently after climbing enough depth. Behind on levels permanently, huh? Just because theirs go up so much faster over time. See, that's kind of what I was hoping would happen with the difficulty curve, because if you're just, as a player, if you're willing to leverage the crap out of the systems that they give you, it seems like you're obviously going to scale in power a bit faster than the game should scale in power if the devs are going to give, you know, players a fair shake. Deal 75% more damage and afflict the target with stone. Okay. That's pretty good. What do you do? Oh, yeah. I'm currently on difficulty 0. The one in options, not the, My enemies are currently over 5 times my level. Ooh, crazy. I honestly think that the realms should try to scale difficulty by presenting you with nastier and nastier combos. And I honestly think that since it kind of uploads your Steam information to the cloud, it could do... You could do something interesting like scrape popular or powerful teams in order to, like, programmatically kind of shuffle enemies together in powerful combos, right? Like in powerful combinations. You could just kind of dip into the player data, have them upload their team data or whatever, in order to discover, like, what the most powerful combos are. Since, you know, as a developer, you're never gonna beat the hive mind with regards to finding out what powerful combos exist. Gonna try RI5. Realm Instability 5 or just climb? I'm probably gonna try Realm Instability 5, to be honest. Just as soon as I'm able to put together, like, a team that I can feel a little more confident in. I'm guessing Elizabeth said something about unlocking her level device. So I'm guessing, I don't think she's that much further than me. So I'm guessing that I'm going to be able to do that pretty quickly. And then I will absolutely... do that. Probably shoot right up to Realm Instability 5. Like, straight away. As soon as I have my next comp together, which is, like, as soon as I get the next iteration of my Animatus comp, I will do Realm Instability 5 probably, and then maybe even from then on. It depends. Like, what's the... is there any other benefit? I am actually interested to know, does Realm Instability allow you to find monsters that, like, you've never seen, like, that are totally outside of your realm of unlocked monster pools? Or is that just, it just pulls from what you've already got unlocked? It's so like, it will feel so disappointing if that's the case, but, I mean, I'd be fine with it. Okay, and there's nothing else there, so we're just gonna go... Wait, do I have any other projects going on right now? Blacksmith 4. Okay, I mean, I guess I can just do this. Purgatorian. Trickster, Windrunner. Tribalist. Toxicologist, Siege Master, Shadowringer. Rune Knight, Reaver, Pyromancer, Graveborn. Graveborn sounds like what I'm trying to do now, but we'll see. Toxicologist. I think like probably my second most cherished archetype is the has got to be the poison build. Like if I do something after this Animatus thing, it's like poison build is gonna be a close second for me. Head of the Insatiable. Naked and completely covered in green fluid. What the heck? Gives loads more loot and lets you fight monsters from realms you haven't unlocked yet. There we go. I used this fact to get a fun speed race from elsewhere early on another save slot. After you've unlocked all realms, it's mostly for chaos as far as creatures go. But loot is really the big reason to do it. I'm never not on Realm Instability 5 unless I'm trying to test a mechanic. Chaos as far as creatures go. What does that mean, chaos as far as creatures go? Because you've already unlocked the creatures, so it just adds, you know, it just makes it more chaotic is what you're saying? Alright, let me see. I will go ahead and... Okay. Let me go ahead and pop those open, and I will tackle them after the stream, if you don't mind. I can go ahead and just bookmark these. We're just gonna go choose another folder. Pokemon singles. And I'm just gonna go ahead with oh. There we go. Pokemon singles. Uh-oh. Dude, I'm gonna pull this up here. I'm just gonna save it in these real quick. Save. Save. We're just gonna pop those in there for now, so that I don't get too far off on a tangent on the stream. But I will check it out. It does you make it sound interesting. You make a compelling case for it. Many videos and guides online, but these should provide a basic introduction format, how the games work, rules, terminology used. Excellent. Just randomizes them completely, aside from depth-based unlocks anyway. Depth-based unlocks. Okay. Aside from depth-based unlocks? Okay. Let's see if I die. Inspect. What are you doing? At the end of each enemy's turn, level 54. Yeah, I'm out-leveled now, so. At the end of each enemy's turn, this creature forces them to attack one of their allies for 200% normal damage. Oh, no. That's very unacceptable. Can I kill her instantly? Yes. Therefore, her trait did not activate, and therefore my Animatus did not one-shot one of his friends. Although my bard died anyway. Good riddance, filthy tramp. More satisfactory than what Torn did for you. Speaking of satisfaction, feel free to come back and visit me anytime you want. Well, at least she's courteous with her salacious invitations. And that's enough of that. You should return to Everlight. No, yeah, like personal lives, you die in Eternity's End. Realistically speaking, is very likely to happen. Is it? I don't seem likely to die in any situation presently. Description: Schism. Enemies take a moderate amount of damage if the spell casts a number of times equal to the number of times your creatures have resurrected in the current battle. Okay, that seems wild. What type is it? What is that? Is that... It's not light type, right? Elemental Barrage. Last 3 spell gems that were cast by any creature in the current battle are cast again in your favor. Oh man. Some powerful shit going on here. At least it wasn't my fault this time, right? Right? That's probably fun with the necessary facilities for very own gambling dwarves. Oh no. Is this something where I can save state and immediately become the wealthiest ever? You'll be able to play all kinds of fun games and maybe even earn a few resources on the side if you're lucky. Yes, because clearly in the midst of all this turmoil, you want nothing more than to sit down for a nice game of cards. Anyway, I hope Regulus managed to set you on the correct path this time. I'm guessing, yes. So let's go ahead and... Okay, I can't, because I'm already working on a project. I cannot level up yet, right? Is it Eternity's End now? Is it real yet? Been waiting for your inevitable arrival for a long time now and wishes to speak with you. You'll find her deeper within my realm. Okay. I gotta spend my perk points. I've been banking them forever in a way that is flagrantly disrespectful of the game. At the start of battle, your enemy gains copies of your 4th creature's first 5 spell gems. Nah. Gains a copy of your 5th creature's innate. What is my 5th creature's innate right now? It wouldn't do anything, right? Yeah, that wouldn't do jack shit. Animated gem really isn't going to do much to me either. I mean, desensitization feels pretty much automatic. Might as well stop dealing with debuffs. Animated splits the damage it takes with your 6th creature. Does not seem very good, from my perspective, presently. Once I have the resurrection loop going on, that's going to be awesome. It's going to be really terrible until then, though. Your animated buffs and minions persist through death. I mean... Does seem good. Death and Decay seems like a lot of fun, honestly. In terms of, like, clearing out combats a little more quickly. We'll have to see. I mean, maybe I just do this now. Because sometimes my creatures are dying anyway, and I want this eventually, so... Let's just go ahead and do it. There we go. Corpse Explosion does seem really fun, and I'll pick that up, like, just as soon as I get enough points to do it again, but I'm feeling like if I'm gonna move in this direction, I may as well figure out, you know, start moving in that direction. At the start of battle, your creatures gain 1, 2, 3 random minions. This trait does not stack. Okay. This creature deals on for each additional dead creature you have greater than the enemy. Oh, that's a lot. Greater than the enemy. The Yeti Freeze still just being awesome is fantastic. Not even worth cheesing those guys. They're more of just a bonus loot thing. They give notoriety and the booze shop. Booze spells are just wonderful. Okay. I am going to make the death plan work. It is not a question. It is an absolute certainty and an assertion on my part. If I do not make the death resurrection combo work, I will renounce my creds like as a human being, and I will abandon playing. The game has already given me enough to know that like what I'm going to try to do at the Animatus is valid. Okay. It is looking kind of like this is dangerous, so I'm gonna kill that one because that looks kind of like potentially. What in the hell? Must have some crazy debuff on it or something. I don't know. I'm trying to keep track of what's going on here without spending too much time on any individual combat. Probably I will slow down once I hit the level thing and manage to do my theory crafting. What time is it? 9:30? So I still have plenty of time left. Each of your creatures attacks a random enemy for 50% normal damage. That is a good way to get many, many more attacks. But, you know, and I guess you would want to like cast that twice and do some other stuff. Yeah, kill her. Seems good. Oh yeah, that guy draws attacks, doesn't he? There we go. Oh yeah, when my creatures die, I should probably just run around. I forgot that teleporters were random. What is that guy? Never mind. But yeah, I'm making the Cycle of Death, Resurrection Chain, Animatus Booster work. Even if it's a bad meme and there's a better way to make like a giant Animatus, I'm doing it this way. Because I saw it and I want to do it. And I will make it work and I will make it good. I don't know what I mean by good yet, because I don't really have a good basis for relative comparison, but I'm gonna do that. You know. However good it is possible to make that, I will try to make it that good. So I'll have to see what synergizes with my my Animatus. If there's a way to make his attacks like undodgeable and like to somehow make him like a big swinging dick, that is probably the way that I want to do it. Rabid Dementia is awesome. Gems that failed. Enemies take a small amount of damage or a massive amount if they are afflicted with vulnerable. Yeah, like somehow multiplying his insane ability to crush everything. I'll have to figure out where the most powerful lever is for him, but basically giving him an infinite amount of stats, very quickly ramping is the place where I'm going to start, and then I'm going to look at like, well, okay, how do I leverage those stats to win battles? And then like, okay, what are my loss conditions and how do I tackle them in a way that allows me to continue to leverage his stats to win more battles? Target is sent to the bottom of the timeline. Stun beam, cool. Got it. I think level ups unlock at depth 42 should be available from the start. IMO, yeah, given the way that the game is, right? Mass Suicide to win is exactly the kind of cheese that sounds like it'll cook into an excellent Siralim team. Yeah, I'm hoping so. Specifically, I want to feed everybody to my Animatus because Thrive on Death seems like as a perk, it's very let me see 1 second. Creatures' death spells cost 20% health and don't consume any charges. That's actually awesome. The fuck? That's really good. Got a reckless personality to him too. Yeah, so the reason why I'm like horning on that so hard is because the perk for the animators Thrive on Death seems like a fairly, like, it seems overtuned relative to the other sort of stat gain stuff that I have seen, because it's a perk, right? Like, it's like obviously slightly bigger numbers for relative to similar things that I've seen. Like, not only does it include, let me double check here so that I'm not full of shit. Yeah, so it gains their stats, right? Not only does it gain their stats, it gains all of their stats, no bars held. So like a lot of stat gain stuff is just like everything but health, or just 2 or 3, depending on the numbers. And a lot of the numbers that I've seen for stuff where it's stat gain, whether it's a trait or a spell to make it happen, have just a much lower number. It's like anywhere from like 15 to 25 or maybe 30 at the most if it's real limited or conditional. So by the way, class-based stuff relating to spells works with spells swapped to that class. Imp stuff. I'll keep that in mind when I look back at them. I'm glad that the level up is going to unlock soon, because looking forward to just sitting around in my base for a little bit. I may actually take a fucking break. Like, not like a long break, but like a 10-minute break or something before doing that, because I've been doing this for a while, and God, am I exhausted today. Had a long day, fellas. Really did. Appreciate you guys being patient with me. I know I'm not as quick as I typically am. Just to say, I've been downgraded from molasses uphill to like reverse momentum. What's new? What's new is that I am just about to the end of Eternity's End. I did not do my theorycrafting because I swept back for the upgraded monsters, and then I wanted to sweep up for the level up mechanic before I went back to theorycraft. So actually, very little has changed. Enemies take a small amount of damage plus 10% for how low they are on the time. Interesting. Decoration Doom Fortress plush. You can place this decoration in your castle. Although you cannot have this monster. It looks cool though. Alright, there we go. Background Vertrag purple. Yes, that's what we want. Looks pretty cool. Okay, let's see. How badly did I miss everything? I missed a couple things there. Is it... What are these? These are just destroyed, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm going next. Going next. $42. It's been far too long since we last spoke. Projection of your mind. I do not like Caliban. He is so obviously the big bad. Yeah, level up is nice. Is a flat rate that brings the monster to the same level as your highest. Shh. That's okay though. So I don't actually know exactly what that means. But don't bother explaining it. It'll be fine. I'll unlock it pretty soon, and then I will be able to level up my guys without having to grind a bunch, which will make me very happy, and then able to do some theory crafting without having to do any backtracking or grinding, you know? Plus, if my original small amount of theory crafting got me up to 42, I'll be fine with that as well. Like, seems like the comp is pretty much working. which is a little disappointing, honestly. I kind of expected the game to push back a little bit harder than this, but that is okay. I do not mind it giving me a little latitude. Everybody has basically told me the end of the game is the start of the game. Which is, I think, a little bit of a bummer, but I also understand the desire to gate content in this way, considering how dense Siralim is. Look how big my Animatus is. He a big boy. Gain stats for every time somebody dies. Makes me happy. He's also no longer susceptible to debuffs and reses when he dies, meaning that he is a gigantic fuck. Like, that is honestly pretty strong. Like, my Animatus is a gigantic asshole. Like, as far as I can tell, you know, the perk buffs turn my Animatus into a huge piece of shit. He swings harder than he has any right to. Oftentimes, you know, critting for like 2.5 to 3,000, and then clubbing, you know, multiple guys at a time, because he very often has splashing and whatnot. Because he starts with 5 buffs. It's, you know, he's kind of terrifying. Right off, there's very little you have to do to like affect that. I have arranged my guys in such a way, and with macros in such a way, as to like do a bit of taking advantage of that. It's like casting Rabid Dementia on the Animatus. You know, seems pretty good. And honestly, I think I will probably lean into stuff like that. Anything that allows my Animatus to attack is better than having any other creature attack, probably. Have you fused the Animatus with anything to give it another trait? No. Can I? Can I just fuse it straight up? Because it says it's got that perk that fuses it. If you get a god to rank 20, you can also unlock their god spawn, and you can't fuse Animatus. Okay. Yeah, it fuses by the perk. That's what I was wondering. I was like, can I just fuse it and then have it fuse again? Oh, got it. Yeah. So it fuses at the start of combat with whatever's in my slot 2. So right now it's fusing with my Koloss and getting the damage based on health differential, which seems nice, given that my Animatus is very fat very often. Especially now that it's gaining stuff when my other creatures die. It's gaining like 50% of the stats for my other creatures. It's just doing big boy things. I'm not especially worried about this upcoming boss fight, to be honest, because of that. I think between the debuff immunity, it's actually debuff resistance in boss fights, but between the debuff resistance, the res, and the gaining stats when allies die, I think we got a fair shot at just doing this without any resets. I've not died since the Eurolos. The Eurolos cheesed me. Which I have mixed feelings about. I still don't even know what these guys do. I gotta check my bestiary after I get up there a little further. Enemies take a large amount of damage and are afflicted with blind. Okay, planetary armor. That's the guys that I just fought, I think. So. Blood Crusader. Yeah, I haven't upgraded my artifacts in a while. I haven't really done anything in a while, and the game is just not pushing back. So it's like, you know, I feel you. Basically, Corgi, where you're like, you know, I set up my guys and then I go until the game pushes back, and it's like, yeah, I kind of want to play with them before the game like pushes back potentially, but oops, I accidentally closed out of that window before looking. But at the same time, you know, the game has not done not done anything to force me to stop and recalibrate my team strength yet. So we're kind of okay to keep going for a little bit, you know. What am I doing? I need I guess I'm just gonna go. Alright, boss. So you've arrived at last, Wes. I understand that you are here for the ultimate nether orb. I know not what drives you to pursue such ambitions, but I will not allow you to claim this relic and compromise the sanctity of Rodia. It is preposterous that you perceive us to be the one with ill intentions, Lucius, but I have bared witness to your dreams and know that you are the one with malevolent desires. I suppose the line between good and evil is a matter of perspective. Wes, I will give you one final chance to turn around and leave this place in peace. I'm not going anywhere without the ultimate nether orb. The guy with the red, you know, miasma and the green alien eyes is probably that looks like Frieza's final form, you know? This is probably the bad guy. Let's just throw that out there. To arms, Wes. It is time to end this struggle one way or another. And I bet I can confirm that with like a quick trip to the currency screen to see like which realms are ahead. Godspawn. Okay. After this creature attacks or is damaged by an attacker spell, it gains 50% of its lowest stat. Lowest stat being attack. Okay. Is that... Yeah. 5 random spells. 1 from each class. Random spells are bad. I hate creatures that cast random spells. This guy's got 5k HP. These all have 5k HP. Clicks on any other random debuff. 100% chance to attack an additional time. Repeat multiple times. I don't think that's that bad, but that's 634 attack, to be honest. So maybe it is bad. Gains a random buff. So let's maybe start out by attacking the god spawn. Oh boy. That's pretty frisky. Alright, how we doing? Prevented, huh? There we go. Oh no. Things are not looking great for our heroes. I think it might be time to kill the pony. There we go. Okay, things are suddenly looking much better. 1997, good year. That's just like... Alright. Otem is indirect damage based on the attack damage dealt, by the way. Is that the horse? Which I believe is then reduced by 20% of the defense. Fuck, I should be paying more attention to the names so that I know what you mean. I just kind of encoded all of those, all of those traits as like VIG systems in my brain to remember. Backs away from you with a grimace. How? Why has it come to this? You don't know what you're doing. You've gone mad. First you attacked my kingdom, and now you've gone through all this trouble to pursue me in the name of the ultimate nether orb. This is not the West that I know, the West that I trusted as my closest ally for all these years. Hebron to warn you of their plight. When they attacked next, I used another orb to take control of Tartareth. Got a punishment. Tartareth fight ended. I fear they were captured. I hope to seek and rescue them before it is too late. Farewell. Do not try to pursue me. Next will not be so easily infiltrated again. Okay, that's very confusing. Took another orb. No! Of course you would freak out about that. You want another orb because you're the big bad. We all know it. You must chase down this heathen at once. I mean, look, it looks like you're holding the nether orb. Is that, like, I can't tell if that's something that's just, like, burned into your chest or if you have an orb. There's no telling what he will do now that we've provoked him. Doubt whether he will use the ultimate. You explain to Caliban that your foremost priority is to rescue Jamius and Hebron from the torture chamber. Don't be led astray. Well, hopefully Caliban doesn't decide to invade my mind and cause me, like, migraines again, or whatever. That would be pretty bad. Pump drill, creatures an additional spell gem slot, okay. It's his exposed heart. I'm sure that must feel rather breezy. It was the weird shell guy, okay. Let me guess, another false lead. Quickly explain. Apologize for my intrusion, but I overheard your discussion while I'm unsure of its location myself. Confident that Freedom, God of the Sea, will know. Seek him out where the dead ships dwell. He should be able to help you find your knights. Chronox, dead ships. Some new projects. Salvage unwanted artifacts and spell gems as well as convert your resources into different ones. That sounds awesome. How about we do that? Goblet of Trials rewards you from completing realm quests under certain conditions. Let's go refinery and then we will try to do some other stuff. What I want right now is to unlock the goddamn fucking level up thing. Talk to me, Seaman. Ahoy there, Wes. Care for a splash of rum? You decline Freedom's offer, mostly because it's morning. Do I? I'm boring? And what kind of morning would it be without something to jumpstart the day? Ah, there we go. A man after my own heart. A drink, a drink, a drink. My kingdom for a drink. I prefer coffee, but I'll take rum. Freedom produces a bottle of something that looks like poison. It's green and has a skeleton on the front. Pretty confident. That's what my room looks like with a pop. Puts the bottle into a skeleton mouth and downs it all right in front of you. Okay. Finest crop, huh? Yeah. There's not really any good news to be had. It's all very mediocre news. Okay. I feel like this sort of like cheeky god interaction could have been fine if the game didn't start off on such a derisive, shitty note. And if the quest descriptions were not quite so contemptuous. Alright, we have some fishes. Is that a fish with a sword in its head, or is it... No, it looks like it's holding a staff. It's got glasses. It's a spellcaster fish. Deals additional damage equal to 20% of the damage as taken in the current battle. The fuck? I'm also guessing that that's the sort of flat added damage that Cosmin was talking about before, so like you deal a shit ton of damage to that guy and then just have it like add flat damage to something like a low potency hits all enemies spell. After your creatures manually cast a life spell, they gain a random buff. You know what? Let's just kill these guys. Is your grandfather doing any better today? My grandfather is always casting rabid dementia. Let us leave it at that. He is actually doing okay. So in all honesty, he was actually doing pretty well today. As as far as that goes. I mean, there's... I wish for all of your sakes that none of you ever experience, you know, life with somebody who's losing their cognitive faculties. It's not a fun thing. But as far as it goes, he had a pretty good day considering today. We went to the doctors and on Monday and got through a whole bunch of stuff and basically figured out what we were gonna need for, like, got to bring him around to several appointments and stuff like that. We got, like, a couple of nice things that are helping him out. It honestly seems like some fun stuff is happening. Like, honestly seems... My brain went off one direction. Said words that had nothing to do with what I was thinking. He's a little more comfortable and a little happier than the previous week, because we visited the doctor and have made a little bit of progress on the things that were making him uncomfortable, which is nice. Getting his ears cleaned made the rest of his life feel awesome in comparison. I think that's really what it is. It's not like the ear cleaning was effective. It's just that having the doctor dig around in his ear with a curette was so fucking nightmarish that now he's living every day like it was like torture, and so now he's emerged like, this isn't torture, and so everything else is awesome. Let's see. Ravish. After this creature takes damage, it deals damage to the enemy equal to 100% of the damage taken. That's any fucking damage. That's awesome. To the enemy. So wait a sec. Is it only when it takes damage from an enemy, or can you deal damage to it and then have it reflect it to a random enemy? After your creature deals damage as a result of Blighted, they recover health equal to 100% of the damage dealt. This trait does not stack. Awesome. And I wonder if you can turn healing into damage then with like a cleric or something? After an enemy takes damage from Blighted, it has 50% chance to take the same amount of damage again. That's crazy. That's just 50% more damage on average for Blight builds. After an enemy is healed, it is afflicted with Blighted. Ha. All the Blight tech at once, huh? Your creatures attack one additional time, but all their attacks deal 30% less damage. This trait does not stack. Amphisbana Arbitrator A. Yeah, this is the sort of shit I'm talking about where there's multi-strike, you know, all your creatures attack at additional time. There's ways to stack up attacks. For sure. Crazy. As you approach the mask, you realize that it is haunted. Some weird looking creatures. This is like some Lovecraft shit. Creature attacks, decrease the target defense by 50. Creature deal 100% more damage. Is it defending or provoking? This creature afflicts each enemy with 2 random debuffs. This trait does not stack. Each enemy, 2 random debuffs. Yeah, that's really good if you can combine it with something that spreads debuffs on application or something. Like Adam would be fucking freaking out if he were still playing on his Defiler or whatever. Okay. I really want the level up device. Please. Please help. Start a battle debuffs don't trigger on debuff effects. No triggers till after step 7, see codex. Uh-oh. Traits are granted, then shared with the creatures of applicable classes and races are changed. Spell gems are granted. Buffs, debuffs, and minions are granted. Stats are increased, stats are decreased. The battle starts. So, the battle starts. Is that when start of battle effects take place? No triggers till after step 7. Like, that's when the battle officially starts. Because the first thing on this list, like buffs, debuffs, and minions are granted. So here's the thing is, if you have a trait that says, you know, for example, when an enemy receives a debuff, spread that debuff around. I'm just ass pulling. This is a toy example. Then that should actually work, because the debuffs that are being granted, right, from one trait should be spread by if there's another trait that does that. On buff effects won't activate at the start of battle. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, like, if a start of battle debuff is being applied, right? It should be being applied post traits. So our traits that do things like traits with like an on debuff effect just would be nullified for the start of the combat. Basically. Ignored till 7. Fascinating. It's kind of a super bummer, honestly. So basically, ongoing combat effects are held, is what that... Like, that's how I'm going to choose to, like, mentally chunk that to remember it for the time being, is like, continuous combat effects are held until step 7. As long as this creature hasn't gained or lost attack, it has 200% more attack and has Berserk. Even though it says traits are applied at step 1. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, it feels self-contradictory. As long as this creature hasn't gained or lost attack, it has 200% more attack and has Berserk. That's actually psychotic. Like, for attack-based builds, this thing is wild. It's the reason start battle buffs can be applied to your guys even if the enemies ignore them. At least last I checked, that worked. Even if the enemies ignore them, ignore your buffs. Like an effect says that your guy can't get buffs, it'll just go through anyway. Yeah, again, that's really wacky and probably, like... I wish that were clarified a little bit better, I guess is what I would say in the, in that codex page, because it really shouldn't list traits as happening first. Or at least, like, I mean, I guess just a paragraph to disclaim that, like, continuous effects just aren't active until step 7 would be clearer for me. Like, any effects are basically, like, trait effects are ignored until 7. Non-starter battle trait effects? I don't know. I don't know how I would phrase that because I haven't checked out how it works internally yet. Creatures of buffs gain 3 turns of duration. That was pretty interesting. Gentleness Tome, nice. Reverse polarity. Automatically consumed, you pick it up. What does it say? Targets debuffs are converted to random buffs. That's not bad. That's honestly probably better than Antidote at this point. Even though Antidote's like my only ongoing heal. Put them both in the same guy and have it check for no health. Or check for less than max health. Automatically grants 100 knowledge points. Okay, Raving Storm. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm like falling asleep now. The exhaustion has caught up to me, and now I'm actually tired. We'll see. I want to make it to the leveling device at the very least. This game actually takes a fair amount of time to play if you are like trying to pay attention to stuff as you're playing. So we will stop trying to pay attention to stuff, I guess. Probably that's the way to do it from here on out, to be perfectly honest, is like to ignore the stuff as I encounter it, because that's going to be really like slow. And it doesn't seem like it's prohibitively difficult yet, to the point where I can not, like, I'm going to continue to win realms and stuff like that. So, unless the game pushes back, I'm probably just going to go, okay, well, we're basically blitzing down realms, but we're going to stop. Here, hold on a sec. Description, if the target has less than 85% health, its health is inverted. Crazy. 15% of something's health. Oh, I see. So that's a really good one for like the creature that starts everything at 80% health, I guess, right? Like if you did that, creature that starts everything at 80% health at the start of the battle, you just cast that on enemies, have it try to like double cast and whatnot. Target an extra target and double cast. And then every, no, because if it double casts, it'll double cast and reverse its polarity again. So you, maybe it's not that great. Maybe it's just like the utility might just be limited. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, do I care about the starfish? I don't think I care about the starfish. What? Okay, whatever. Let's go. It's also the reason starter battle stat gains increase the base amount and are nutty. We'll have to figure that out. What does this guy do again? 200% more int and has arcane. That's crazy. For stuff where you cannot gain or lose stats. I'm going to go ahead and guess that based on what you've just told me, that with regards to that gain or lose stats mechanic on the octopus, then if you do start of battle gains, that octopus is still going to have arcane and their 200% buff, which is crazy. Like, seemingly based on what you have just told me, even if you gain at the beginning of battle, you're just going to have like a 200% multiplier on your guy. Yeah, that's pretty wacky, considering you'd start the combat like that. But I have to see what sort of stuff is available for multiplying stats at the start of combat, I guess. I mean, you can do stuff with Vulps, I'm sure. Like, there seem to be start of combat, like there's the Vulps that like applies stat modifying spells at the start of combat, and that seems like it probably allows you to trigger some really, I'm guessing, like absurdly powerful stat buffs at the beginning of the game in that case, like at the beginning of the combat, or like pre-combat, I guess, pre-combat buffs, which will then affect base stats, since the base stats are all that you have to work with pre-artifacts and whatnot. And then the artifacts kick in, right? Affect the base stats. And it also, I'm guessing, does not suffer from the sort of diminishing returns you were talking about beyond the first 500%. So yeah, I'm seeing how the system is going to work in that case. Target takes a moderate amount of damage. This damage is mitigated by the target's lowest stat. 100% of the damage dealt is based on the caster's highest stat instead of int. Fucking what? Seems insane. That's a start of battle cast, and those come in after step 7. Oh. Start of battle casts come in after step 7. Okay, this is, I'm gonna say that this is by far the least intuitive piece of this game so far. Like, and the fact that, like, it doesn't bother to tell you in any kind of plainer English exactly what is happening. Because, like, let me look at this one more time. This can piss me off, I'm sure. Creatures attack, creatures cast spells. Okay, so everything listed here, you have to assume is strapped to start of battle effect. So if it's a start of battle attack, like, most things are going to be tethered to a trait, right? So if something says start of battle and triggers an attack, it's going to happen on step 8. But based on what you were saying before... Okay, yeah, so those traits will come into play pre-step 8. So, like, what the traits are doing is actually suspended until battle start. What about traits that... So traits that increase stats or traits that... Stats are increased and stats are decreased? Is that artifacts, I'm wondering? Times per turn, huh? Gain stats, lose stats, take damage, and receive healing a maximum of 15 times per turn. You can only resurrect up to 10 times per battle. Oh! Creature can gain a maximum of 10 traits in battle. That seems wacky. You've seen a Koloss. The SOB stat gained. Alright, I will have to basically keep that in mind and make observations about how the stats I'm looking at are panning out in that case. I have to make sure I wrap my head around that one because it seems relatively important. Your creatures recover 30% health and gain a random buff. Archangels. Okay. That seems like a good one. Archangel's Blessing there, Elizabeth, seems like a good one for you to slap a double cast on and go with your order build, depending. Oh no, these stupid snake guys. One additional time, but their spells are 30% less potent. Alright. That seems fine. Okay. Improvised recitation. Caster cast 3 of their ethereal spell gems. Pretty good. That seems awesome, actually. For builds that are doing that, you know? Because their spell gems can all be augmented, so you may get many casts out of that, honestly. Just trying to get through the realm. Let's see. I think we're good. Okay. Boss! Time to do a little inspection. Still not feeling fully confident to do these boss things without inspecting. Just can only take damage equal to 10% of their maximum health at any time. In addition, this creature can only take damage equal to 3% of its maximum health at a time. That's awesome. That's fucking crazy. SOB, the way I think of it, SOB effects are second magic and attack. Cast are the pretenders, so no matter what their attacks or spells will do, SOP attacks, casts, or post SOP triggers a moment. Alright, it's basically the game lies to you. This is nuts. That seems like that's one of the wackiest traits I've seen so far. There we go. Uh-oh. Where'd all my buffs go? Yeah, attacking that guy just seems pointless. Alright, now slowly whittle down the guy. The guy that I can only do 3% damage to. There we go. Yeah, that seems wacky. It's like you don't even have to build defenses with that trait. Just kind of ignore defenses. I mean, there are ways to strip traits off of guys, it seems like. Huh. What a useless god. Alright, target gains invisible. That's it. Okay. Oh, please give me a level up. Lister is a kind enough god, but I'm certain there's something wrong with him. He sleeps constantly and is near to nod off. He's right. Hopefully be able to keep him awake. Here's the maximum number of projects you can partake in. The fusion guy reaches for you. Ah, yes. There we go. There we go. We got it. Okay. That marks my desire to take a fucking break. I am not entirely sure. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. It's gonna be like probably I might even take like a 10-minute, 15-minute almost break because I have been sitting here for a long ass time. So I'm gonna go ahead and retool my starting soon screen. I'm actually just gonna duplicate it and we'll name it like BRB. Oh, wait a sec. What I want to do is I wanted to duplicate this. Make a BRB screen. For anybody watching the VOD, I'm sorry. This is just how it is. Alright. So. Okay. I think I'd rather just do this and leave it up than shut the stream down and start up again. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go ahead and mute. I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm going to get up. I'm gonna walk around, stretch, take a break. And when I come back, I will do some theory crafting. Alright guys. See you shortly. All right. I'm back. I brought some water. Late. It's been a long day, So I also put my glasses on because my eyes are starting to go. Not supposed to wear them very often because don't need them to read stuff, but alright. It is time. It is time to try some stuff. Basically want to look at some stuff. I'm going to bring up my obsidian canvas and probably start like plugging stuff into okay, specifically got to bring up my gaming one. Okay. Siralim's here. We'll just do a canvas file with Siralim. We will rename this Siralim_canvas. Alright. I'm gonna have to start figuring out what it is that I want to do. This is gonna be focus time, boys. Artifact spell slot. Okay, well, let's... First of all, let's upgrade one artifact as far as we can. Get another empty stat slot. Cannot upgrade artifacts further until I get my blacksmith unlocked. Okay. Caster kills its allies is pretty good. That's pretty much what we use. That's pretty much what we use here. We use these in combination. See what we can do with this slaughter spell. So we've got 3 empty property slots now. X% more charges is not... It's not great. That's only 3 charges. This seems a little... Seems a little prone to run out quite quickly, basically. Unless this guy has arcane at the start of every combat. Slaughter has 3 charges. Caster kills all allies. That seems great. That's like... That's the way to get this happening instantly, basically. Just case sensitive. Might as well find out. By the way, I don't know the game if the game ever tells you this or not, but the cost of adding things to the slots on your artifacts is determined by the level of the artifact. So it's cheapest to do it as soon as you unlock the slot. Huh. That's pretty interesting. Thanks for the tip. That's mostly just a way to do things inefficiently that the game is leaving in there. It would have definitely taken me a little while to notice that. Yeah, I can give it to someone else, and generous dupe it to my what is the hotkey for new card here? Oh, I can just double click. So like sacrifice plus generosity here with slash animatus. Okay, cool. Let's see. After your creatures are killed, they have a 15% chance to resurrect with 50% health for each dead creature on your side. This trait does not stack. Resurrected, they are resurrected with 100% additional health if this amount exceeds. Yeah, that's great. After your creatures are killed, they have a 25% chance to be resurrected with 50% health. Gain a barrier. Reserves damage equal to 50% of their maximum health. This trait does not stack. Radiant energy, bloody fossil. Okay, so that's for sticking it in the artifact, basically. They have a 35% chance to gain rebirth. This trait does not stack. Your other creatures are resurrected with 100% health. If they're not dead, they recover 50% health. This effect does not activate if more than one of your creatures has this trait. Creature is resurrected, your other creatures are resurrected as well. This creature is killed for the first time in battle. It is resurrected with 100% health. And your creatures gain 25%. So one thing that I'm really curious about, right? So this I have material on. I want to know if secret recipe will uses the same resurrection logic as the resurrection that it's copying. So, like, does it apply the same resurrection to... Does it proliferate the same resurrection? So, for example, if I use the Shadow's resurrection, right? and I kill a creature with secret recipe, or I resurrect a creature rather with secret recipe, do all the other creatures resurrect with 100% health? And gaining, 25% attack and intelligence. This is specifically by rebirth. Wonder what the odds of rebirth on damage are. So one interesting note is that this is on damage with attacks or spells. So you've got chance to provoke, chance to cast twice. To cast after attacking, defending, healing, and provoking. No, these seem really good, but I do not have many citrines. So what I could do is I could set up a set of stuff to cast after a particular action. Since the stat gain and rezzing other creatures are both reliant on it getting rezzed, I think it would check to see who gets stats before they actually come back, but I'm not positive. Now I want to know how it determines, like, how much of this. See, Elemental Wrath now has 100% chance to cast twice. Is that because it's... I want to know how the targeting logic works on something that goes off after attack. Like if it's a single target, the percent is based on the level of the gem. That is what I had just deduced, or at least what I had surmised. But the thing that is most interesting to me at this point is now that I know that I can get those percents way up there. What happens if a gem is triggered by attacking because I have enchanted it to go off when, you know, I attack? I was going to test that to make sure, but you've just confirmed it for me. So the next question is, say that I have a gem that triggers on attack, but is a single target, and I want it targeted on a specific ally. What is the target logic when gems are triggered? It seems relatively important. After it attacks. God of Darkness. Ooh, that's very important. I may go farm the fuck out of that to make that happen. It's very important. I haven't even seen one of these. Chance to attack a random enemy after it casts the spell. Increases and decreases stats by a greater amount. Is this stuff that I have? Like, do I actually have this stuff, or is this all of it? Broke after it casts the spell. I wonder if these get up to like 100%. This list seems like it is grown, which is like similar with all the reference lists seem to be basically like, seems to have a higher chance to target the attack's target, but it doesn't always. I think it has a greater chance of targeting self, but not always. We're doing the deep thinking here. We are trying to arrive at an engine. So let me search this way. Let's say, oops. Let's say provoke. Defender provoked in the current battle. So that seems like the max percent for different properties are not all the same. They have different caps. So I'm not necessarily going to be able to tell straight away, basically. Let me see. How's this? Cast one of their spells at random. I mean, this thing looks wild. This is pretty good. So I'm gonna screenshot this real quick, put it over here. It's worth looking at. Traits. Is killed seems to be the jargon that is used. After an enemy is killed, this creature gains 25% of their stats and recovers 30 after this creature is killed the first time. This is actually, that's actually bullshit. There's no way. I know for a fact that we have some other stuff going on there, right? Name. Terror White. Creatures die. Okay. So sometimes it's creatures die, and sometimes it's killed. So I guess we will simply have to make sure that we are searching for all of the different versions. Creatures die, this creature gains, yep. This creature dies, it grants 30% of its attack and defense and speed to your imlings. This creature dies, your other creatures are resurrected, yep. The Pandemonium bead. So I've basically got two artifact materials that, like two trait materials that I could use to trigger this. 50% chance to resurrect allies with 50% health. So I guess I guess something that is worth testing right now is to see if the Unicorn Vivifier is useless. Creatures are resurrected with 100% health, then this creature is killed. Small amount of health. I take a moderate amount of damage. This spell casts a number of times equal to the number of times your creatures have resurrected in the battle. Could potentially be good for me, you know? I could only confirm this happening for the artifact materials. Didn't see exactly what artifact rank, but trait slotting went from 15 to 10,000 at some point, from 16 to 40 for the artifact traits. Okay. This target is current battle. It is killed. We're talking about the slimes here. Are they blobs or slimes or what are they? I'm trying to remember. Let me just real quick. So it's the bile slime. After this creature is resurrected, your other creatures are resurrected as well. So if I combine that with this, the shadows, I have an extracted shadow. So let's look at let's look at the bile slime. Dear God, I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't want it on my team. It looks terrible. I really want to fuse it with something that makes it look less awful. Please, dear God. So the bile slime. Creature seems to have a lot of health. It's magical type or whatever. Forge. I don't need to forge just yet. What do we want? Menagerie groups. So this is Menagerie Group 1. Let's go ahead and deposit everyone but my animators for a moment. Here's my bile slime. I hate him. Look at him, he's gross. He's got like a puddle of pee. It comes with him. Never leaves him. Okay. What do you need? Friend bile slime. Okay, so let's see how this works. 3,000 power, huh? Okay. But I can only increase it to my own maximum level, apparently. So, if we do this... He's got a lot of health. Okay, so he's a guy with a fat amount of health. Wonder if it's meant to discourage changing up your maxed out artifacts in favor of making new ones for that trait. Trait materials are super valuable, so maybe it's meant to discourage just junking them all willy-nilly. Don't know. Okay, so that is a sorcery type guy. What kind of stats do you have? Do you have anything else, like, reasonable? Right now it just seems like... Like, what if I changed your personality? That's what I'm wondering. It's like... Okay, we are sorting by name, but I can't see it anymore. I have to just go and look at it in the bestiary. Sorting by name again, there we go. So it really has very even stats all around, except for speed. It's got very low speed stat, basically. So the way to get the most out of that is to put a helmet on it, right? because it's percentage based. So if I want the thing to have the most stats it can have, I would give it a helmet. Actually pretty damn expensive. So anyway, that thing immediately increases the health of whatever creature I equip it to by 49%. And if I were to just put like health attack, health speed, health intelligence. Oh. That's fine. So we have 2 trick slots. It's not going to be perfect. This is going to be an iterative process here for sure. The question is like, because it doesn't seem that hard to set this up, I'm gonna have to figure out, okay, what do I want each of my creatures doing, basically, at any given moment. I'm gonna have to fuse this guy with something. Trying to figure out what other kinds of traits are gonna be really valuable for me. I feel like rebirth tech could be very good. So stuff like the Baza Cherub could potentially be good regardless. Rebirth tech definitely seems like powerful considering the perks in question, right? I want the 6th creature to be, like, fat and survivable, but I also want him to want to die, basically. Because if I use sacrifice, it's going to kill off creatures from left to right. Which means that if the last creature is the last creature to die, then if it reses itself and then reses everybody else, then all my creatures should come back right away. Which is great. This could just cause the whole thing to go off again. Technically. Which could be funny. So my 5th creature's innate trait, as well as... So I really get like 4 minimum traits on my Animatus. Your Animatus gains copies of your 4th creature's first 5 spell gems. Well, I don't even need to use Generosity if that's the case. I can just slot Sacrifice into my 4th creature's spell gem somewhere. Buffs and minions persist through death. Minions are not something where I have really considered taking advantage of them yet, and I probably should. Death and Decay is going to be really good, I'm sure. I wonder how the search function works. Is it like exact text? Yeah, it's exact text, unfortunately. So we'll go with gains and we'll search there. It's going to be a lot of them, but wait, what? The start of battle, this creature gains 2 random traits. Okay, yeah. It's the first creature. Blessing from below seems pretty wild. Why, hello. Hey there, Jenny. Long time no stream? Yeah, for sure. I mean, life has been crazy, but at the moment I am doing this wacky turn-based RPG monster tamer thing. How have you been? I hope you've been well. Then these stats are set to their minimum values. I feel like this could be really good, just like on my animators in general. It just kills people. But I think that the after this creature gains stats, your other creatures that don't have this trait gain 25% of those stats as well. Now the question is whether that would be better or like whether share would be. Because I know there was is share a keyword? Good, in the process of moving. Nice. So you'll be coming over here. Excellent. I'll have coffee someday. How's about you? I last heard you were working on music and working at Olive Garden, I think, which yeah, that was a million years ago. It's I have now been to and love their food. Well, I won't spoil their food for you by talking about my experience with the back of house. In that case, I always made wonderful to order food. So man, that was forever ago. I was in Phoenix. I've moved twice since then. I moved to Missouri and lived there for a while. Well, I moved to California first, and then I moved to Missouri, and then I'm living in Florida. I'm living in Florida. I'm taking care of my grandfather. It's there's way too much for me to go over in this small thing, and especially while I'm supposed to be doing some theory crafting on this game, but because I'm doing a VOD so that I can upload this to YouTube. But I've been good. I've been good overall. Let me see. I'm also I mean, it sounds like you've been doing well, but I'm glad to hear from you. Seems like you're doing well. I'm now in Florida taking care of my grandfather. And it's a wild ride, basically. Increases. There we go. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for, is increases. Oh crap. I was so sure that there was a I think it's actually a material that I have, so maybe the easiest way to find it would be to pop into here and just look like this. There we go. After your creatures cast a spell. No, that's not it. Where is it? Oh dear, I have quite a few of these now. You're moving all over. That's quite an adventure. I'm moving to Texas, as that's where my fiance lives. So far, I've been to Florida, KC, Missouri, and a few other places. Excellent. Yeah, Missouri was my favorite climate so far, but I've lived in quite a few places all over the U.S. now. One place I haven't been and plan to visit, definitely very much planning to visit, is Texas, actually. So, and I think I would like it in Texas and may even like to live there someday. Florida's okay. Pretty warm, pretty muggy in the summer. This is potentially really good stuff. Sorry guys, I know I'm not narrating quite as well as I usually do, but doing a lot of thinking. Just keep going back and forth to the US and to the UK, though, due to how travel visas work while we wait for the fiance's visa to be improved. I hear that sort of stuff. I hear that sort of stuff can be, you know, a load of bureaucratic BS, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I really hope that the whole process goes smoothly for you. I know, you know, it's human beings in the system. Human beings can sometimes get tired and fed up and careless, and I hope it all goes really smoothly for you, because, you know. And so your fiance must be was this the same? I know you were in like a long distance thing, I think, the last time that I talked to you, so it must be like the same guy. I'm glad that you found somebody. I am now living with my girlfriend, who's actually behind this curtain. She's the wizard behind the curtain. And things in my romance life have taken a turn for the best. So, this battle, I am a happily ever after sort of kid now. That's right. The envy of all men. At the start of battle, this creature gains copies. There we go. Well, why didn't that show up with gain when I looked at that trait? Why didn't that show up? Equal to 5% of this creature's respective stats. What the hell does respective stats mean? And like, as far as this kindness thing goes, like, so that's kindness. I've got to snapshot that. Put that over here, and then one of the things that I was looking at. Last you spoke, it's a different relationship. To England. Relationship during COVID. It seems like COVID was a good time for relationships, because I happened to, you know, I met my current SO. Started COVID. Honestly, because I was, you know, I think people were kind of spending a lot of time, you know, connecting over the internet during that time. Let me see. Reference list, traits, search. It wasn't gain, right? What was it with the enemy creatures lose stats equal to 20% of the stats? Why didn't I save this? Was it increase? Was this when I was searching for increase? This game is going to be a bit of a nightmare. When your creatures increase in enemy stats, they are instead decreased by 50% of the amount. Nope, that wasn't it. There it is, Abomination. It's right at the top there. Gluttonous Slime. After this creature gains stats, your other creatures that don't have this trait gain 25% of the stats as well. Both of these seem really good together, so kindness and abomination. So I can proliferate the stats to my other guys. And now the white, the white that's a terror white. There we go. I'm gonna have to snapshot this and put it into my obsidian canvas as well. After your creatures die, this creature gains 25% of their attack, intelligence, defense, and speed. Now I need a way to put this onto my yeah, you cannot fuse the animatus. So the way to get these traits from the creatures that I'm trying to get on to get them onto my animatus is via perks. But through mutual friends Discord, and everything has progressed. So out of all the places I've been to, I like Michigan climate the best, very similar to UK summer. Texas is bloody hot, and I am reacting quite badly to the bug bites. Wait, are you in Texas right now, or are you home in England? They sometimes swell up like half the golf ball size of my arm, and it's very thick with humidity during the summer. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm in Florida, so I've got it equally bad. It's equally hot, but doubly humid here in Florida. I found it to be way too hot in Arizona. I haven't been to Michigan. It's one of the other states I haven't been to, but what I can tell you is like what I like as a person seems to be to like get all 4 seasons, but specifically to get really shallow winters. I do not like long dreary cold winters. Like I used to live in Maine, and I can tell you what, that's pretty awful, honestly. Having it be winter so much of the year is just not. I'm in Texas right now. So for 90 days at a time due to go back end of March. That's so much travel. I'm always so impressed by people who can do that. I would be so overwhelmed and disoriented if I had to travel that much. I really need to stay in one place, I think. I mean, I'm not sure. I guess I could try it, but it's like it feels like if I were to be traveling all the time like that back and forth, I would just feel constantly disoriented. Let me see. So there's two ways to get animated gains a copy of your 5th creature's innate trait. So that's got to be the first one. That's got to be the one where it's like the primary creature is the trait that he'll get, I believe. It's not going to be like the second one. It's the parent trait in a fusion. And then the endowment is the second creature in the party. I get to fuse with the second creature in the party. And its race changes to that creature's race. So I will get, if there's some kind of like race bonus that I want to get for some reason, like some kind of really I mean, I could do like an Imling kind of a thing, I guess. But I think that I need, so I'm gonna need a 2nd slot and 5th slot. 2nd slot and 5th slot. And then the 6th slot is gonna be this tanky guy that I kill that resurrects everybody else. Let's see. On the way here to save costs, I booked a trip. So because I want this suitcase 2 hours to navigate. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's okay. You know, when else to catch up, right? Like, this is just what happened. I understand that you still stream and stuff too. And every once in a while I see you purple on there, and even less frequently, every once in a while I decide to click through and lurk in your stream. I think I've actually lurked in your stream a couple of times over the past year or two. I 100% know that I basically brought you up, like maybe last night or the night before, actually. And I closed right out because I was really engaged with another stream at the time. Like I was watching my roommate, my old housemate AJ play through Monster Sanctuary, which is a game that I bought for him to play through. And so I was like really engaged in that. But I noticed you streaming and I clicked over. I'm pretty sure it was just like a night or two ago. So I think you were streaming like very recently. And I clicked through and I saw you, you were like in profile. Like your camera was set up so that you were looking off to the right or something like that. And so no, you're totally welcome to, you know, crash my stream and talk about, you know, catching up and stuff. Like, absolutely. Yeah, it took a while off to do work and finding the energy, but I did start streaming Ori on Monday. That's what it was. It was Ori in the Blind Forest. I saw you doing that, and I was like, oh, that's a game that I know is cute and I like it, and I wanted to check it out. I feel like if I was responsible though, I would cut like big segments of me getting distracted out of my VODs, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm uploading like 12 hours of VODs to YouTube for this game anyway. So you know what? If maybe somebody else will be kind enough to label sections or something like that for me, but people can skip if I'm talking about stuff they don't want to see. They can skip around and take the game at my own pace. I don't need to do anything different. I am going to focus for a minute though. I am going to take the opportunity, refocus for a second. If you're going to be in the States though, within the next couple of years, I'll probably be freed up to travel a little bit more. And we should hook up, you, me, and believe it or not, I think I'm still in good terms with Aaron. We should all, you, me, and Aaron should all get together and do coffee. It's just like the old days of DeviantArt, but like brought back to life in the real world, and we'll grab some coffee someplace or something. Maybe I'll get a chance to see Texas finally. I'm definitely gonna come see Texas at some point. I'll let you know if I'm in the area, or I'll let you know if I'm in the state. Texas is a big state. It's very, very possible to be in the same state and not in the same area with Texas. Okay, yeah, I've got 20 minutes left before I have to hard cut off the stream, so I am going to focus on this theory crafting thing. The old days of your critique streams. Henline overs. Yeah. Yeah, I may do some more art stuff sometime soon, to be honest. Got a lot going on. I'm setting up a website. I'll have a blog up sometime soon. What am I doing? Everybody's like, he's distracted. he's gone. Okay. No, Jenny, it's really nice to hear from you, and I'm glad to hear things are going well. And Jenny's a longtime friend of mine. Probably known Jenny for 14 years now or something like that, so nobody says shit. Nobody talks shit about my distraction. What am I gonna do here? The white is definitely something where I'm gonna have to get this guy and plug him into my team somewhere, and I'm just wondering, okay, like what do we pair this asshole with? Because we're gonna use him as like basically the primary parent. And we're gonna figure out what we can do about this, because that guy is actually also gonna gain. So maybe if I put that guy in the 5th slot, it would be best, because the 5th slot is gonna get the trait copied over, and so I need a secondary monster to fuse that guy with. And what was the abomination? It belonged to like let me see. We're gonna go codex, reference list, traits. Abomination belongs to the glutinous slime, and the glutinous slime BG. Where is G? Right here. Glutinous slime. So this guy don't have this trait gain. 25% of those stats as well. So this guy could potentially create a feedback loop, right? I get the feeling I'm going to make a terrible team right now. We'll figure it out though. So if we want to fuse this guy with this guy here, basically. Oh, that looks pretty cool. So basically, this guy's gonna be gaining stats, just like my Animatus. We can do something crazy like that, I think. Expand you too. Got that long. It was at least... I know. No, it was. No, I've known you forever, Jenny. We've known each other for a long-ass time now. We were kids. We were kids when we met. Kids on DeviantArt doing kid things. More or less. But, you know, those things, they turn into adult things, and that's just what you do. You roll with it. That's how life goes. I don't know whether I'm more in love with the green one or the red one. I get to change this eventually anyway, so we're just gonna do it. Now DA's gone to shit too, I know. That's why I make my own site at this point, because I don't want to be on DeviantArt. Like, I don't want to put my ideas on DeviantArt. I don't want to get, like, banned from Patreon for having the wrong political opinion or something like that either. So, you know, I always had hot takes on everything. I don't want, you know, want to own my stuff and just put it up somewhere on the internet where people can read it and catch up, you know, if they want to in their own time on my fiasco of a life. And inactive since they changed the site design. Same, but apparently, you know, just didn't matter. I figured it wouldn't, because that's the problem, right? Is that the whole market is it mobile now? So now I can level this guy up, right? This guy's personality is lazy. I don't know if I like that. Up health, down attack. Yeah, definitely don't. I don't think I like that, but I don't think it's gonna be that important at the moment, to be honest. Okay, so I know one of the things that... Sort by family here. Sort by race. And one of the things that I know that I liked was in a... was a Spectre, right? This creature gains stats of the maximum health. Enemies lose. There we go. Enemies lose 25% of that amount of the same stat. This trait does not stack. Now, if I want that, I've got to put that in my 5th slot, which is a problem. Or I can put it in my 2nd slot and get it fused with my Animatus. But I want to put that on my Animatus because it's really, really powerful. Do I have my own website? It's in progress. I could give you a GitHub URL, but there's nothing up there yet, really. I can link it for shiggles, I suppose. It's not together yet. So, but it will be. It's probably the URL is going to change. Anyway. But oh yeah, I'm not even signed in. If this asks me for like an authentication, I'm not even gonna bother. Pages. Yeah. This is not like the final name. This is not anything. And there's approximately 1/2 of one post on here. So, but that, oh, let me see. Technically, this is a site. Well, it's mostly a template right now, and it needs content. It needs content. It needs me to finish writing stuff up, and you know all of that. It's got a half a post on it. It's got it's got an unfinished blog post on it, and I'm waiting to transfer all of my stuff, my in progress blog posts and everything from Obsidian over to it. And I'm also at that point gonna I want to redo all the pages and do the about sections and everything. An unfinished thought on there. Yeah. So yeah. It's a nightmare right now. And it's half done, but it's technically hosted. I will be, you know, making it, using it better. Blessing from below is real wacky. So I've got to use this. And I guess, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna fuse that guy with? Yeah. Okay. So I actually still really like the idea that I would be getting mending along with. I really like the idea that I would be getting mending along with buffs for healing, because, but I mean I could just as easily get buffs, you know, doing something else potentially. But that was my engine for the mending, the ancient spirit ent was my engine for masterpiece. I do need Damnation's Edge now. It's necessary. I don't know whether I'm gonna do Cogmind. I think I'm gonna run off Generosity at first, and then maybe rely on Cogmind if I end up getting everything. I don't know if you can get everything, so we'll have to see. So I'm gonna need basically just browsing around for a second here because here creatures attack their mending buffs, heal them immediately. Hmm. Hmm. So I'm losing out on like my Terrorhound, Direwolf stuff. Um, let me see. Death spells 2 additional times. I mean, I could turn a spell. I definitely did not mean to press that button. I could definitely turn a spell into a death spell, right? After your creatures are healed, they gain a random buff. It's really tempting to like try to just recreate that, pretty much. Massive life update drop because I didn't do it earlier. I am at the same job and I got promoted in the summer. I went to 2 conventions in my area and got to meet like 8 celebrities or so. Second dog, surgery on your foot. Hope that went well, man. Finished the tattoo sleeve I've been working on since last April of last year, and I think that's about it. Well, it sounds like you've had a busy time. You know, all of that sounds great. Except for maybe the surgery on the foot. And maybe the reason for getting a second dog, depending. I mean, you got a second dog, so the first one's fine, I'm assuming. Or hopefully. Finishing your tattoo sleeve. Grats on all the stuff, man. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Grats, dude. Sounds like you're even having a good time. So part of me wants to do like this. Part of me wants to go like, okay, we're actually just going to pull... We're actually just going to withdraw our Ancient Spirit. Right here, right? Oh. Oh, yeah. I gotta deposit my accident lich. And we withdraw our Ancient Spirit. And if we just reorder, this guy's gonna go over here, right? So kind of like this. So if I then fuse, if we take the Hemlock End, right? It's not the Hemlock End. The where's the end? Where's the other end? We won't. Yeah, it is race. We just go name. I think here. Oh no, that won't work. Race is better. There it is, the Elder End, right? Just gonna say after your creatures are attacked, their mending buffs heal them immediately. This trait does not stack, right? So one thing that we can do is basically say, like, we can try to give people a whole bunch of so let's get the Elder Ent out here, and let's see about potentially fusing it with our so you have an Elder Ent. I can fuse it with the Doomsday Spectre, right? Not the Doomsday Spectre. What am I thinking? We fuse the Elder Ent with the Succubus Spirit, which would mean that, like, every time that mending procs, so whenever anybody gets hit, they'll proc their mending right away and get pushed to the top of the timeline. Potentially strong. And this is just because mostly because I'm like grappling with stuff at this point, because I'm sort of kind of running out of stuff to do really with these guys. I also think I should probably put the Ashian in here. I don't know where. There is the when your creatures are resurrected, they're resurrected with 100% additional health. Like, that seems huge, right? I still don't know. Let me see. I'm gonna catch up. Yep, first one has a playmate. Hey, grats, dude. Surgery was just bone spur removal. Ah, okay. Oh, it's 12:01. I've got to get to bed. Fuck. I want to throw some things together real quick. Surgery. Well, I'm glad the surgery wasn't major. I'm glad things should be better. Let's see. New dog bullies me. Sorry, dude. Someone tries to suffocate me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dog talk. Real talk, guys. Well, let's see. I think this Dusk Ashian is potentially really, really, really good. So and I'm pretty so as far as diversifying types goes, the Ashians are all dark, right, basically? Let me figure this out real quick. Yes, death. They're all death type. So I could make an Ashian. Oh god. This is gonna be really weird. Let's go Dusk Ashian. Okay. And we're going to fuse that with, you're gonna say that the Bile Slime. We're gonna fuse the this guy doesn't have to be in slot 1. Like on this fusion. We can do the Dusk Ashian with the Bile Slime. And it will be a sorcery Dusk Ashian. Which seems awesome to me. Right? Should be. Yep. Sorcery Dusk Ashian. And then we put the trait that we wanted. I'm just making decisions now. My time is up. It's not kindness. That's not the one. We want the shadows. After this creature is killed for the first time in battle, it is resurrected with 100% health, and your creatures gain 25% attack and intelligence. So we grab the shadows, and we put it in the helmet. And then we put the helmet on the man. We give him the helmet. Boom. Just like that. Things are kind of arranged the way that I want right now. Kind of. So one thing that I need to do is I need to enchant this slaughter gem with generous. And then what I need to do is I need to give I need to give somebody here I need to give this guy slaughter, which will proliferate to my my animatus. Now if I fuse my Elder Ent, my Doomsday Spectre, Elder Ent first, Doomsday Spectre second, then I get a death Ent. A death Ent. The problem with that is that, so actually I have to do this the other way around, which is going to create a problem. This is going to create a problem because I'm not going to be able to... I'm not going to be able to put slaughter on my my guys. So I need to class swap. Opal. How do I get an opal? That's the question. We go to Codex, we go to Reference List, Spellgem Properties, we go class swap. God of Vanity and the Temple of Lies. Eventually be purchased from Orem. God of Vanity and the Temple of Lies. So for now, let's just say for now, I can't even do 4 now. It's so crazy. So I can actually fuse the Ent with the Succubus Spirit, straight up. succubus spirit is... Yeah, this will be good. So we've got life, spirit, and nature. It would be good to have a nature. No, we already have a nature, so it'd be good to have a light. Even though this is just not going to matter that much, to be honest, probably. We're going to go... It may matter tremendously, actually. Elder Ent with the Spirit second, and then we get this really cool looking Ent. Just like that. Okay. And now we basically have a... free slot? I thought? Question mark? Oh yeah, the Ent wasn't actually in my party. So if we not release. Stop. Don't do that. So we want to reorder. The Ashian has to be last. This guy has to be 5th. This guy's gonna get fused. This guy's gonna get his innate taken. The third guy gets... I get stat buffs from the third guy. So one of these two guys. So this Doomsday Spectre can class. So anybody that's dark. I can fuse this with anybody dark for the time being. Creatures cast death spells as if they have 100% more intelligence. This trait does not stack. Seems wild, honestly. This creature casts death spells 2 additional times, but these spells act as if this creature has 50% less intelligence. In between those, I almost don't know what which one would be better to do. Okay, so out of these, it's kind of an obvious, Lich Shadowcaster type deal. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and fuse these. So this can be a Dark Caster for us. The Lich Shadowcaster. And we got to use that guy as the primary parent, otherwise things get fucky. There we go. And then I just have to reorder, and I can go, like, test to battle. Reorder. You here, you here, you here. We level up some guys real quick. Level up. There we go. We need to make sure we have artifacts on everybody. This guy's still got his artifact, yes. You don't seem to have an artifact. Should be a caster. Forge a staff. Upgrade lace staff. Socket the staff full of things. Intelligence. Basically. I would like invisibility on damage, honestly. 16% invisible on damage. Other stuff would mean that my guy could technically stand from death creatures. I think like spell potency is actually fine. Arcane on damage is really good too for something like this, but like I mean either I stack up the invisibility on damage or I just go like spell potency, I think. Isn't there just spell potency in here, I thought? I mean, I can probably stack. No, I can't stack that. Okay. It was worthwhile to check in any case. Oh, wait. Good night. Good night, Jenny. Sorry I missed that. I'm trying to wrap this up real quick so I can actually go to bed in any semblance, you know. Like any sort of semblance of on time. It's not gonna happen. Damage reduction just doesn't seem... Arcane on damage seems fine. The trait slot, 20% health and don't consume any charges. That seems awesome for this build, to be honest. That's all your creatures, too. I mean, I could do that and actually just give my main creature sacrifice. Or slaughter, rather. This creature's max spells are 100% more potent. That's awesome. Why don't I do that? Multicast. Your creature's cast spells one additional time. Just 30% less potent. I know I'm gonna regret this because, like, I mean, I've just made a caster staff though, so that's fine. Motivation, huh? We're gonna upgrade another sword here. Wow, how come I can only get this sword to... Oh. Ran out of shit. Oh, it's so bad. Okay. We're going to abandon all hope. We're just going to start throwing stuff together so that I can see this in a combat. Resources really are much scarcer than you would be led to believe by the early game, basically. Okay, we're going to go ahead with... we're going to equip this staff here. This guy's already got the staff. Can I de-equip all? Remove all artifacts from creatures that aren't in a menagerie group. Okay. Creatures, equip artifact. happened to the Wimp Whacker? Thought we had a Wimp Whacker. Definitely named a sword, like, something Wimp Whacker at one point. Where did it go? From all creatures at the menagerie that aren't in a okay, I see. So, did I just get rid of every... No, okay. I see. I see. I don't know. I don't remember what Death Bite or Natural Beauty do. What in this... What in the hell? Okay, we're gonna have to go, like, at the moment... Annex. I'm trying to remember what Annex does. I can't even see. Okay, so now I just have to go to creatures at this point. Look at their traits. Annex, 5% more intelligence for each spell that's been cast by all creatures during battle. See, not nearly as good as it used to be, basically. Bulwark on this creature is still really good. That's right where I want that creature. Death Bite is... Each ally's turn, this creature attacks a random enemy for 30% normal damage. That's pretty good. That can be on that guy, that's fine. And motivation is still really good. Okay, excellent. All of that stuff is excellent. I'm gonna need to set up my spell gems, but before I do any of that, we can actually just playtest this thing and make sure that, like, the initial turn sequence works, right? So let's just go back to, like, Realm 30 for a second. Zero realm instability. Actually, just let me check, make sure that I've got everything that I need to have set up here. Like, I should have perks. Thrive on death, yes. I get the fusion. I get the borrowed trait. The borrowed trait from slot 5. The fusion from slot 2. Don't have the shared damage yet. That's fine. We have the creature. We got this guy with the spell gem. Okay, yeah, we need to put sacrifice on slaughter on this guy. There we go. And this slaughter is generous, so that slaughter will actually propagate turn 1. So I have a curiosity. If we also go, like, not nightmare, unequip. Where is oh, I need to unequip all spell gems now. Remove spell gems from creatures of the menagerie. Good. And then I can go, like, so we manage spell gems. We put oh, okay, yeah, that's right. So Rabid Dementia is, like, a different guy's responsibility now. Probably this guy. So Rabid Dementia is going to be cast on the guy in slot 1. So we're just going to go to Realm 30. We're going to go to the Path of the Damned. No, actually, we're going to go to the Temple of Lies because... Wait a second. None of those are the right. None of those are the right place. Currency. I think it is. It is in the Temple of Lies. That's where I can farm, like, the pearl material or whatever material I need for... Okay, yeah, we're gonna do that. And I just want to see if I can even get this thing to work properly on turn 1. Oh dear. I don't know what has happened. So if I cast Slaughter, This guy should come back, right? Oh no. I've created a nightmare. Uh-oh. Oh no. I may need to like set some stuff to not display. That was just unacceptable. All my guys seem to have big boy stats now though, and all the enemies have very little boy stats. Due to the way that this has been set up. So now if I cast Rabid Dementia on my... Okay, that worked pretty good. How's my Animatus doing here? He's got a couple thousand stats. Is that real? Holy cow. Okay, so it's working. It's working. Can't cast Chain Lightning. Oh man. All right. Okay, and on that note, I'm gonna hit save. We're going to pick this up next stream. I don't know when it will be. Probably next, might be tomorrow, might be the day after. I don't know. Depends. I may take a break to watch AJ stream Monster Sanctuary if he's doing that, but you know, look forward to more of these shenanigans. My my Animatus is now fairly big, huge, so I'm pleased with that, and I'm going to polish this until it works, until it does really, really good things. So that was the preview, that 3-year turn that I took. So, all right, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for showing up. I am super exhausted, tired, beaten down. All of the polishes. You just wait. I'm just gonna make it such a nightmare train. I'm gonna press one button and it's gonna take 300 years to resolve a turn. All right, guys. Thank you. I'll be back with more Siralim and I'll continue on my epic Animatus adventure. Get some good sleep, mister. You too, guys. Bye-bye.